Hello, everybody. How you doing? Happy Friday evening. Apologize for the difficulty and the delay tonight. Tremendous technical difficulties on this end, and literally two computers, multiple microphones, a few different cameras, different setups, and the lovely, fabulous Eric Swanson walking me through the whole thing the whole time. So thank you, Eric. We do have, I think, some better sound for you this evening. And thank you, Christina. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. The sound is really good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that, folks, because that's what we've been working on, so that we don't have the same kind of difficulties we've been having in the past. And I hope. Thank you, Dixie. You're awesome. Appreciate that. And this is my hat from Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay, and hello, everybody. Shall we all take a break and a breath? Cheers. Wow. Wow. So we've only been working on that for about 3 hours. Um, and little did I know when I just started holding the my phone up with a selfie stick a couple years ago that it would be this difficult to just communicate with you all. Hello, hello, hello. Fabulous, fabulous. Yes, so the mic is sounding good. I'm so glad to hear that, everybody. All right. Well, let's jump into it, folks. Going to have Todd on right away to kind of relieve a little the pressure. But you should be able to see me, folks. I should be loud and clear, and you should be able to see me. We are. Let me just show you the what we got here, just so you can see what we're doing. What I'm looking at, there's your. We're up to about what is that? Almost going on 900 right now. Let's hopefully get up over 1,000. Please share this out. It's going to be a fantastic show this evening, folks, even though we're getting a late start. Yeah, sorry that we're not on YouTube, folks. It looks like I'm out for a week on YouTube. And by the way, I did challenge that, and you know what? You know what did it? Well, this is what they say did it. We know what did it. We know the comments, why they knocked the comments off, and the whole bit. Because Kellyanne came back on and shared that right away. But the reason they use, the thing that they use to cut us off, it was that the two dogs, the black and white dog that we used, that 51 second from Channel 5 that they put up a big stink. And so it got taken off. We got taken off YouTube, but they use that as an excuse because other people were using it. We got it off Twitter. People had it up on YouTube, but they use those as an excuse just to take down the ones that they have a problem with. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it. Prost, Elizabeth. Prost. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you, Jan. Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Appreciate all of you and all your love and your patience. And we are a community. I don't feel like this is a broadcast that if I'm a little late, I miss you all. The only disappointment is I miss some people on the East Coast that have to get to bed. So this should not be buffering. I hope it's not. I hope we don't have the same problems that we had before. And so I look forward to a fabulous show tonight. We got a lot to cover. Todd, go ahead and jump in, brother. And Cindy, love to hear from you guys and get right into it. I'm very excited, folks. Today, just everything I'm seeing, I just want to share that excitement with you because I know a lot of people are kind of bent out of shape about some of the things that are going on. Just think about how many people are being exposed every day and how many people are actually, all right, there's Cindy. Hold on one sec. Hello, Cindy.
Hi, happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday. You are coming through loud and clear. You sound
Thank
fabulous. Folks, how is Cindy sounding right now? Her beautiful, sultry, sexy voice coming through, huh? Huh?
Right. Sure.
That's your phone voice.
That's my phone voice, Todd
Oh, oh,
calls
oh,
it.
oh, and he had to go spoil it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of
What's
course.
up, buddy? How you doing?
What's happening, Schnetheads?
Oh, I'm just, I'm good, man. I'm nothing, nothing going on here.
God,
Um,
you sound great on there.
oh, good, good. I'm so glad. Eric
I'm
and
glad
I,
Eric cleaned it up for you.
yeah, we literally, it's one of those deals where he was able to screen share. We were able to screen share, so he was going through it all, and and I, have a computer from the office, which I need for my work, and so trying to just get that implemented into the whole system. So
Awesome.
yeah, so yeah, take it away. I'm just gonna let you guys take it for the rest of the show, if you don't mind. I'm gonna go take a nap, and I
Well,
really
that's what I
appreciate you.
was doing when I was listening to your drive-in.
Is
The
that right?
crickets, the crickets got me going, so I got my sleeping bag
I
out and laid on the floor.
you got a little lighter for a little
It was
lighter,
Relax.
great. It was
little
like
lighter
old times.
for a bonfire.
Yeah, well, they didn't have lighters back then, Dave.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just you rub some sticks together.
Right.
Yeah, we're as old as the hills. So, so great to hear you guys' voice, like nice and clear too. Todd is too low, Nicole says. Let me see. It sounds like everybody is. Thank you, Michelle, about the hat. It sounds like we're good. Sound is perfect, I'm hearing. So, Nicole, are you saying that he's much lower than I am? Sound is perfect. Yeah, they had some butane lighters back in the day, but we.
Well, I'm 6'4" and you're 6'8", so I'm always going to be lower than you.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Turn Todd up just
And
a
I'm only
bit, maybe. Let me
5'8", so
do
I'm
that.
definitely lower than both of you.
Okay, I'm going to turn you guys up a little bit here. Just give you a little. It's all about that bass,
Give
about
us a
that
boost,
bass.
Dave. Give
Okay.
us a boost.
All right.
Booster seat.
Booster seat. All righty. So, so what would you guys? First of all, how you feeling about the whole situation, and what's your take, and where would you like to go tonight?
Oh my, oh my
I'll let
God!
you drive.
It was a great day today. Great, great day.
Yeah.
Um, couldn't have gone better. Um, the first thing that I really came up with, and I basically, it was watching Trump speak this afternoon. That's when I really started feeling good.
Yeah.
When President Trump was talking about the pharmaceuticals and what he was going to do with the drug pricing,
Uh huh.
and everything started to become very clear at that point um, what all this just manic craziness, what caused it all was that when he ends this big pharma ownership of us, and
Yeah.
that will directly influence the media and big tech, because they won't have their drug hold, they won't have their financial stranglehold on us anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Um, but that was good news. That was the good surface news. But the great news was when President Trump called Pfizer FISA.
I did hear that. I thought that was very interesting. And he also Modena. I think instead of
Yeah,
Moderna, I think it was Modena or
he
something.
mispronounced a few things on purpose.
And yeah, yeah.
But the FISA is, he did that twice, and that was a coffee spitter. the first time I heard it, I was
Yep.
like,
Yep.
I was like, did he really just call Pfizer FISA?
And we know, folks, that FISA is the largest spy scandal in the history of our country.
Well, and FISA works both ways, Dave.
Oh yeah, yes. Somebody told us that a while back. I can't remember
Oh,
who it
who was
is.
that?
I don't know, but if we
Yeah.
said their name, we
If
would
any of you,
you,
if any of
you
you
get banned.
Snedheads know who it was, maybe you could remind us.
Yeah, yeah, but don't use the letter. Don't use the letter.
Yeah.
Take a letter. What's her name? Take a letter. Da, 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 ba, da, da, ba.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
Take a letter, Maria.
Maria.
I think so,
Address it to
Maria.
you.
And yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Regurgitating yourselves.
Todd and I will
Oh,
work on that, folks, and we'll get back to you.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm more of a backup singer.
yeah. And by the way, FISA, if you think mirror, FISA is ASIF. Just so you guys know that ASIF. I don't know what that means. Just putting that out there.
Hey, did we ever do a gematria on that?
On FISA,
On straight FISA? For some reason, it seems like we ought
let
to.
me let me give it a shot. Especially the way he yeah. Um, and let me put this in, folks. Let me bring you over here so you can see what's going down. Um, and then I'm back over here, and yeah, FISA. Let's find out what FISA's all about. Here we go. Data. Do you think we've got some data coming from Dominion?
Yeah, I think so.
Just a little bit. Uh,
Just a teeny tiny bit.
Enoch. Enoch. Very interesting. Both on Twitter and biblically. Melania. Real,
Really?
real panda.
Whoa.
FISA. Archie, Red Panda is Vincent Kennedy, obviously, and Panda Eyes is horrendous imagining of the deep dark state. Archie, Eat, ETA, Engine, DAAT, Coco, Earl, Cohen,
Cohen.
Ezra Cohen Watkins. Is it Watkin? I think I did that wrong. What's
Watnick.
Watnick? Thank you. I knew
Yep.
that didn't sound right. Um, I think that's the first mistake I've ever made on the show.
It could be, except for maybe all the bear with me times. We've had so many drunks over that.
I know, right?
When we started that game about what, 8 months ago,
Yeah.
every time Dave says bear with me, you have to drink. I mean,
Now we got people in
hell, I
rehab.
didn't even see half the show.
Now we got people in
There was
rehab.
another show on this week, and somebody said, "Bear with me," and Todd and I looked at each other and just laughed. We're like, "I wonder if they're doing the drinking program too."
By the way, folks, when you buy your T-shirt kits, you might want to write that on as well.
Oh God, that clip. That was great.
Get your markers out.
Yeah, get your markers out.
Yeah, submit your T-shirt ideas to whoever. We'll
Yeah,
look at it later.
actually,
That's right up there with. It's going to be a short show, folks.
yeah, exactly,
We
exactly.
know, but
And right up there with my communication to my debtors, the checks in the mail.
Yeah.
China, English Gematria, China, NASA,
Whoa.
Eric, Bill, 2, Mahdi, I, LSD, Ebola, Mark, Heidi, Alicia, Gamma. All right. That's not bad. We got some nice little gematria there, Todd. I'm glad we went down that. I'm glad we humored you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, we like to do that, Todd. We like to make you feel like you're
Okay, I'll hang
part
up now. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, no, 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 wait. I'm
That's it.
I'm
That's
not
all I got.
prepared. I've been working on sound for 3 hours.
Well, hell, I was camping out in front of the drive-in, so I'm not prepared either.
That literally would have been a short show.
Hey, by the way, guys, and I know you got the driving thing going. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. And we want Cindy back home by 11. Okay, so take it easy over there. Um, so that's nice. So yeah. So President Trump with the FISA mistake. What
Yeah,
the
twice.
what do you think about the Moderna? It was kind of it could have been a mistake. It might not have been a mistake, but
Yeah, I didn't dive into that too much, but that's definitely try the versions and the spellings of actually how it sounded when he said it. I think would could lead you down something there. Um,
Moderna. How would you guys say he said it? I'm pulling up Modena, and Jewish. It's Iran. That's significant. Holy cow. Delta is very significant, as they always give us, deltas on the timestamps and deltas on the tweets and deltas on the actual communications. Andre, Naomi, Rain, Renee, Flood, or look, Pepe.
Pepe.
There we go, folks. Little shout out to the Anons. Damon, TM, Iblis, Nicola, as in Mr. Tesla here,
Hey, shout out.
and with the time travel and with the med beds and things like that, probably came from him. And then let's go down to the English. Devil, hello, Nero, Earth, Pope, oh my God, hi, Gates. Okay, hey,
Whoa.
yeah, Gates. And Gates is tied in with those. Well, basically, he's going with pretty much everybody's vaccine except Gates, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't take his own.
No, I mean, in terms of like the Gates tie-ins. Do you guys know about the Gates tie-ins? It's like, for example, yeah, we're down on YouTube, folks. I'm kicked off for a week on YouTube. Um, And I think, guys, Gates is not tied in with FISA and Moderna, AstraZeneca, maybe. But
Moderna was a tie back to Fauci.
right, right,
He was,
yeah,
didn't he and his college roommate, I believe, had some ties into Moderna.
yeah,
But
it,
I never could confirm those 100% because the timelines, the age difference didn't seem to work out for me. Um,
oh, you mean the Gates Fauci? Um,
no, well, it was Fauci and another. I didn't think it was it those two that were tied together
no,
in college.
that was something that was flying around the internet, but Gates never went to Cornell, and
Right,
they're different ages, and they weren't roommates, and there was that disinformation that was going around a while back.
right.
But it's like, really, we need disinformation when it comes to Gates. It's like we got more junk on that dude than anybody. I don't think we need to be making shit up about Gates.
Well, I think he's already gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, his wife is different. He is different. It just come on. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
There's some stuff going down.
Um, I just watched while I was waiting for you to get your
Shit,
technical
shit,
difficulties
shit
taken
together.
care of. I was going to say that, but I'm being trying to be a little more classy
Well,
and
you
say
knew I was going to
working on
fill in
your
the
technical
blanks. You
difficulties.
you knew you knew I was going to fill in the
Um,
blanks.
I watched a video that I don't know that I'd seen before, but it was
Uh-huh.
about Looking Glass and Yellow Cube, and actually one of the individuals that was involved.
Okay.
And it was a 54-minute video, so it was basically about the time that I was waiting for the technical difficulties to be sorted
Cool.
out. And
Cool.
man, did uh, that really painted the picture even clearer. By this gentleman's understanding of Looking Glass and Yellow Cube, Looking Glass actually became almost obsolete in 2012, and the date was 12/21 specifically.
Wow.
It was December of 20, the December 21st, 2012,
Wow.
where all the timelines, no matter what they changed in variables that they entered, all of the timelines ending up in the exact same spot.
So, wow.
One outcome, and that outcome was the Great Awakening.
I've heard that. Um, by the way, guys, I just accidentally shared to a group called Flat Earth Discussions. So if you see some new people coming in, just welcome them, but also just know that that's a group that I don't normally reach out to. I just actually I love it. I love them.
Was
And
that right? Was that the button right next there, next to Citizens for Bernie?
yeah, yeah.
You did vote for him. I had to.
You're busting his jaws tonight,
Oh
man.
man. Oh
I'm a little
dude.
rowdy.
Dude, that was like a haymaker.
Well, you made me wait an hour, so
Yeah, you wound up for that one. Holy
Ease
cow.
up on him, Tesla.
Wow, no
Yeah.
kidding. No kidding. Cindy, you got anything you'd like to talk about?
No, I burnt my hand and
she can't even hold the phone.
I got
Oh,
my hand
wow.
burner after. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh
Stupid
my
ramen
god!
That's
noodles.
Welcome,
hilarious.
flat earthers.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Um,
don't even want to talk about that. I know nothing about it. I have been in an airplane. I thought
yeah,
I saw a round Earth, but dang it!
yeah. It's I tell you, it's we're gonna go down that path. We're gonna play with that a little bit. Like it's a great it's a great like kind of a test for the indoctrination. Like it's an incredible going down that rabbit hole
Yeah,
is an incredible practice, if you will, in really thinking outside the box, thinking outside the globe, if you will.
that is that is definitely the way I took it. I
Yeah.
I actually investigated it for a whole weekend, and it blew my mind. I still just I can't say that I understand it completely, but
Yep.
it's right up there with string theory.
10 months for me.
Wow.
Yep, I couldn't even tell you. I doubt that there's many people that have looked into that as deeply as I have. And honestly, I've been waiting to do a show about that and all the different variables because it's a legitimate question and it's a legitimate rabbit hole to go down. And I will say that the only reason I haven't gotten into that is because it's not going to aid us right now. Like we're kind of in a war. It's kind
Right.
of like you and I are in the front lines, and I'm like, hey Todd, tell me about that garden back home. You're like, hey dude, let's focus
Right.
here because the bullets are flying. You know what I mean? So
Yep, yep.
so
I
I look
just had
forward to
that
that.
discussion with a buddy of mine today. He was interested in other subjects, and I was interested in a lot of other subjects, and we both agreed that while these bullets are flying, that we have to stay
Yeah,
very current.
yeah. Hey, Cindy, are you able to go into my Facebook or
Yes.
could you please turn off the notifications on my messenger? Do you know how to do
Okay.
that? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm working with one hand though. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You burned your hand on I didn't I knew Todd was full of hot air. I didn't know how hot it was.
She got too close to the tailpipe.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, dude, hey, try to keep your tailpipe off the show, okay? We'd like to be able. All right, so let's get back to this stuff that's going down now. You know, talking about well, first of all, let's just talk about the surface of taking out the pharmaceutical industry, taking on the pharmaceutical industry, which nobody has done. I don't care if you're, dem- Democrat, Republican, Independent. Nobody has successfully lowered these kind of prices that like President Trump is doing right now and making health or taking care of ill health more affordable than Donald John Trump. And thank you,
I,
President Trump.
I absolutely believe that's the biggest thing ever for healthcare.
Mm.
That and
Yep.
transparency in the pricing.
Yep.
The transparency in pricing and the most favored nation status
Yep.
will lower healthcare costs by, I would probably I'm thinking maybe 50%. Could be
Yep.
more.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean,
it's
look at what it's doing for diabetes.
yeah.
Insulin
Yeah.
itself should be it's as cheap as it is to make.
Yeah.
It should be as cheap as water.
It should. And the fact that it hasn't been and it's been so pricey has been just such a big the largest ripoff.
Yep.
I'll tell you just a quick story. I used to have a girlfriend in outside of Hartford, Connecticut, and I used to drive Route 6 from Providence to Hartford, and I just would, every time I'd drive through Hartford and I'd look at the skyscrapers. And when I say skyscrapers, we're talking about Connecticut skyscrapers, which are, big, beautiful buildings. I would just think, oh my God, we're paying for all this and they're making so much money that they're able to build all these buildings, right?
Yep.
And then she worked for Cigna at one point, which was outside of Hartford, but had like a whole campus. And they would have like for the community, they'd have like free concerts on Friday over the summer and all kinds of things because they had so much money to throw around. And that's all because everybody in the healthcare industry is the markups, the amount of money in the insurance, in the actual pharmaceuticals, in the doctors. For me, I think the doctors, we should make it a little easier on them to make a living without having to be, because basically in the healthcare industry, what they do is they make it so difficult for, like, for example, if I got my medical degree and I just wanted to hang my sign and I wanted to be a pediatrician, for example, it would be very difficult for me to make a living. And so certainly Obamacare crushed the single doctor or two doctor practices. And so they all went in under the hospital system. But now, as a doctor, I'm no longer independent. I can no longer make my own decisions about what drugs I'm going to, administer to my patients. So now the hospital's telling me what drugs. The hospital's telling me, if I'm a surgeon, what knee replacement to use. And so these doctors lose any sovereignty whatsoever in terms of their decision making. And so they go into the hospital system to make money and make it life a little easier on themselves, but then they get tied up with all the bureaucracy and all that. Now, doctors, in my opinion, have to take a huge step back from what they're presently doing and understand that our healthcare industry as it currently exists is tremendously flawed, and that and also the doctors that are staying in the shadows through this whole COVID thing and aren't calling this COVID for what it is, which is an absolute hoax and the only virus that we've ever done what we're doing for right now. And it's a 99% survival rate plus, a little bit lower maybe for the elderly that have comorbidities. But the fact of the matter is, I've said this multiple times, you guys have heard me, that there are going to be, here's what's so important about the time we're in right now. And we've talked about this a lot, Todd, Cindy, and that here's going to be the fallout from what we're experiencing. Every day that goes by, we are seeing people that are awakening to what's really happening on the planet and who's really controlling it and pulling the puppet strings, so to speak. And we're also we're seeing industries collapse. And what we're seeing collapse right now is media. The media they're dying on the vine. Their ratings have plummeted. Okay, why? Because they're lying to us. We've seen professional sports dying on the vine. Their attendance is, not the attendance in person because of the COVID, but the viewers online should be more people watching on TV, plummeting. Hollywood, plummeting. We're seeing politicians plummeting because they're all lying to us. And because once you awaken, you start to understand who's lying to you about everything that's going on. So we're seeing these industries plummet. And I've said this months and months ago that one of the industries that we're going to see plummet is medicine. We're going to see doctors plummet in credibility. We're already seeing it. Doctors that are, buying into this whole COVID crap and saying that we're supposed to wear masks when that depletes our oxygen and makes our immune system much lower. Meanwhile, masks do not prevent the COVID, the microscopic COVID from entering or exiting the mask. We've seen the entire medical industry discredit HCQ, Ivor, and then you had the Mectin, the vitamin C, the strengthening of the immune system. We've seen none of that across mainstream media. We've seen none of that across politicians, with the exception of Donald Trump. And now we're seeing how they should be treated. What else is collapsing? Chinese manufacturing, doing business with China. People don't want to do business with China anymore. People don't want to buy things that are made in China. And people are awakening to the fact that why Chinese people, great, let's help them, let's help free them. Let's not continue to buy things that are enslaving them. I watched Ricky Gervais the other night again, just demolishing Hollywood. And one of the things he said was, "It's good to see Apple in the business, of producing content." They had one that came out recently, and it said, "But when you come up here, just take your award, say thank you, and fuck off, because you shouldn't be. You have no right to tell other people how to live." You look who you're working for. You're working for Apple, who make their products in slave shops in China. Netflix, Amazon. Literally, if ISIS started a streaming service tomorrow, you'd call your agent. I mean, he just devastated these people. So these industries are collapsing, and the credibility is collapsing. And we're about to step into a whole new age of preventive medicine, of strengthening your immune system. Because guess what, folks? When we take the masks off, a month from now, 6 months from now, 6 years from now, the virus is still going to be there, and the survival rate is still going to be the same, 99% plus, much higher. Okay, and the therapeutics are still going to be there. But the reason why they're pushing this is because of the vaccine. And the vaccine is to enslave humanity. This vaccine is not going to be made. I'm still seeing messages pop up on Messenger. Is your one hand not enough to stop that, Cindy? Uh,
She
but
may be troll hunting. I don't know.
yeah. So, but Carl just popped up, so I want to see what he has to say anyway. But I just don't want it getting in the way. Um,
Well, Dave, in this whole exercise, the biggest thing that you have to realize is that Trump and 17 are showing everything. They're
yeah,
showing that
yeah, yeah,
they have to expose us all to this negative thing,
yeah.
and we all get upset and we all get mad, but we then, once we understand why it was shown to us,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we can follow the plan more clearly,
Yeah,
because he can't, nobody can come out and say, oh, well, this is bad or that's bad or this is bad or that's bad, because it will not show the levels of corruption
mm-hmm.
and the depth of how bad it is.
Right, right.
And so he, in order to show how bad, the healthcare system it has been and what it's capable of doing, they had to do this to the whole world.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
they tied it to political people
Oh,
who we have elected to
yeah.
govern us, but they work for us. Does anybody feel right now that any of these governors that are putting these tyrannical things on us, about wearing masks in your own house and
Mm-hmm.
not seeing your family on Thanksgiving, does anybody think that's not tyrannical?
Yeah,
He's pointing out tyranny,
yeah,
and he's pointing out how easily
yeah,
they can do this and how easily we can all be deceived. So that's lesson one.
yeah,
you know
yeah,
he already showed how evil the Democrats were and how evil
yeah,
socialism is,
yeah,
and all that through the impeachment and the Russia hoax and all those
yeah,
lies.
yeah, yeah,
But it's complete exposure. It's everything out on the table. There's nothing hidden. And now he's on to, the next phase of
mm-hmm.
how corrupt they were in all countries. This goes to Venezuela,
Right,
Honduras,
right.
all the places where these voting machines were. He's exposing voter fraud throughout the planet.
Yeah, yeah,
And so
yeah,
it's all fixable when we all unite.
yeah. You
It's
know,
it's an amazing plan.
it's genius, and 17 has told us this because 17 has said, sometimes you can't tell them, you have to show them. And let me ask the Snedheads, how many people have you tried to tell? How's that going for you? They need to see it. They need to see it. They need to experience it. Darlene says, my mother in nursing home, 94 years old, got sick with COVID, sick for a bit, but fully recovered and perfectly fine now. It's just a virus. That's awesome. Thank you, Darlene. And I'm so glad that she's fine now. This, you can beat this, folks, but easier than a cold. Literally with, the proper therapeutics and the proper immune system. Somebody said online, what are you guys going to do for Thanksgiving with all the COVID and everything? And I said, and this is an ex of mine, and she's not dialed into me at all. Like she does not. We do not grok on this stuff. And I said, well, I'm going to hug and kiss as many people as I can, and I hope COVID shows up and my immune system kicks its ass to the street. And that's what I want. I bring it on, because you're going to you're going to be exposed to it sometime. So beef up your immune system, get a lot of sun, and bring it on. And guess what? You're going to get it. You're going to survive. You're going to, do the proper therapeutics, and you'll be fine. Unless and even if you're immunocompromised. By the way, this is not medical advice, folks. This is just what I would do. Okay. And so it's not medical advice, but it's just, come on. Yeah, wearing masks, you've already been exposed, chances are. And it's the only thing that you have to test to see if you've got it because it's so bad. Guess what? If I've got a cold, I know I got a cold. If I've got the flu, I know I've got the flu. I haven't had the flu, and I can't even remember how long, and I've never taken the flu shot. Never taken the flu shot. And by the way, I take picture every time I see, flu shot, free flu shots, free flu shots. It's like they're trying to shove it down your throat. Free ice cream cone with a flu shot. Free $20 off your pharmaceutical visit with a flu shot. That is another industry that will collapse. Why? Because
Yes.
they're one of the ones that's lying to us. Yeah. Annie says, I am compromised. I haven't worn a mask. Annie, you're not compromised. You are powerful. 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 Powerful.
Well, Dave, on that note, I know about 4 people that have had COVID and have been diagnosed and have been tested, and they beat it and said it was kind of rough for a few days.
Yeah.
Every one of them, including a coworker that I worked with, I was working on the grocery store at night. He was wearing
Right.
his mask all night long religiously. I didn't wear one mask
Yeah.
during the whole time. And that was over a period of 2 weeks of night work, working on actual on the doors to the bathrooms in a very busy grocery store. So that's a pretty good place to find COVID.
Dude, you're taking a bath in it, basically.
Yeah. And we were sanding those doors, so they were
Mm-hmm.
becoming airborne. I didn't wear a mask. He wore a
Yeah.
mask.
Yeah.
He had COVID 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
And he was
Well,
a denier. I kept trying to just tell him. I said, just boost your immune system.
yeah.
Do what do what you normally do. Just try to be healthy.
Yeah. And get
And
some
he
oxygen, by
thought
the way.
health was wearing a mask.
What do you say about getting extra oxygen, which is the thing that's going to boost your immune system more than anything
Right.
is oxygen, for crying out loud. And what I was saying, back in February, March, I was saying, folks, we're going to see another uptick in October, November because of the election, but also because we're all walking around not getting enough oxygen and breathing in our own, stuff. And which, by the way, how many people do you know are wearing a mask and they get in a car and they might hang it up over the over the rear view mirror, So they got the air blowing, they got the mask just so if the mask did pick up something on the outside, you're getting it in. But it just it's absolutely absurd, and
Well, and
yeah.
the beloved Dr. Fauci wrote a paper about the Spanish flu epidemic, and they found that the people that wore masks
Yeah.
had secondary bacterial pneumonia,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
created another epidemic, which was included in the epidemic, and
Yeah.
the numbers are probably equal to the outbreak itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's when they set the patients out in the sun because they didn't have enough room in the hospital, and they found out that those patients got better quicker.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
Because of the vitamin D,
hello.
there's sunlight, which you don't get in a hospital. You don't. By the way, I'm not done with the hospital thing. I got a friend who his wife died, and many of you know that, and the hospital killed her, and so I'm not done with hospitals. I'm not done with UCLA, and as long as he's on board, I'm on board with him, and I want to take out UCLA. I mean, it's just tragic what's happened. And the thing about, like, I'm very, healthy. I go a lot of the nutrition route, the eat healthy, the whole bit. Really, food and some vitamins. That's about it. But organic food, like really strong organic food. I'm just about to start on some stuff I'm going to share with you guys next week. That is, I'm very very excited about it. I just ordered it today, and I'm going to share it with you. But so it's about strengthening the immune system, about strengthening the body. But if you try to cure yourself naturally and that doesn't work, you have a fallback plan. You might go to a doctor, you might go to the hospital, you've got a plan B if you're trying to do it healthy. But if you go to the doctor first as plan A, the doctors never give you the plan B and say, well, maybe you should eat better. Maybe you should exercise. Maybe you should sit in the sun, expose your body to the sun, 40% of your body for 20 minutes a day. You're not having the medical doctors telling you that because they took one semester, one class of a nutrition course, which is completely ridiculous, absurd information. And these are the people that are trying to, cure people. It's not working. So it's very, excuse me, it's crazy. But it's so, Lorraine even says, new studies say masks are affecting our brains. Well, why are they affecting our brains? Because we're not getting oxygen to our brains. Like literally, if you looked at OSHA, you would, one of the biggest arguments you could have against wearing a mask in the workplace is that in OSHA, you have to get a certain percentage of oxygen. And with a mask, you don't get that certain percentage of oxygen. So just your employer asking you to wear a mask to begin with is depriving you of the oxygen that OSHA says that you must have as an employee of a company. You must be able to demand. And they have that for minors and people that have to wear masks. So you need oxygen, right? So awesome to see President Trump, not kowtowing to the pharmaceutical companies. He's not kowtowing to China. He's not kowtowing to the VA. He's not kowtowing to the military. He's not kowtowing to the FBI, the CIA. He's circumventing them and bringing on board patriots that are, he cannot be bought, Lisa. He cannot be bought. And that's the president we want. That's the president we want. Yeah, and you're healthy at 66. Responsibility for own health, no doctor needed. Folks, look at the people wearing the masks. There's a guy the other day outside. I was getting some water, and he was outside the Vons, and he was smoking, and then putting his mask on. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. People wouldn't believe you. People would be like, "Get out of here."
What? He wasn't smart enough to cut a hole in his mask?
Oh man, it's crazy. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. So Mary Ellen went on. She said OSHA hid that. She went on California OSHA today for work, and they fully changed their directives to meet Newsom's directives. By the way, Newsom's directives literally made by the people that they caught at a 5-star restaurant in Napa, sitting right next to each other inside a restaurant and eating a 5-star restaurant, 5-star meal. These are the elite folks. Same thing. We see it with Whitmer doing the same thing. Forcing the masks, and then we see a picture of her without her mask on. Cuomo, we've seen the same thing, forcing the masks. These rules are not for them, folks. They're for you and me. They're for their club to avoid, and that's what's going down. Yeah. Doctors, Christine says, doctors take an oath. Not all are bad, but some are afraid they will lose their license. They need to risk. These doctors need to take risks of losing their license because they need to stand up and fight for it. And because I'll tell you what's going to happen is they're going to lose. The NBA players, the NBA, the NFL, the people that are saying, you know what, I'm not going to do this. Okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm gonna absolutely not going to put a rapist's name on my helmet or my jersey, and a child rapist's name, by the way. And I'm not going to do it. And those people will be admired and revered. And the people that fell to this pressure, those people they're losing their industry. So these doctors are going to lose their industry. That's a fact. They're gonna lose all, credibility, and doctors are going to watch, folks. The doctors are going to fall. A lot of them.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. And we talk about compromised people all the time, but they're not compromised in the way a lot of the political leaders are compromised, in the fact that maybe their families would be at risk. These people are compromised on the sole fact that it's money.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
nobody physically threatening these doctors. If all the doctors came out all at once and said, you know what, it's time to pull back the veil and show this as a hoax,
Yeah.
it'd be over.
Yep. 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 And because they're
And
not, and they're the ones in position to do that, and because they're not, it is over for them.
right,
Yeah.
right. I think you'll see a holistic shift that'll be,
Absolutely.
and along with the hidden technology from us.
Yep. Yep.
That's a definite. That's on the back burner. That's ready to fire out.
Yep.
Along with the other things like the free energy, the Tesla energy, and all
Yep.
the other things that have been held back. I mean, we'll be putting water in our
Yep.
vehicles to drive them. It's just going to be
It's going to be a
an
whole nother
incredible
level.
world we're moving into.
Yeah, and we're gonna do solutions here, folks. We talk a lot about the problems. We talk about how to communicate the problems and how to try to waken people up. But we're also going to talk about solutions. That what we're talking about, the Healy. We're going to start. That's happening. A lot of people already have it. I'm still waiting on mine. I don't know what the hell's going on, but that energy, Todd, Cindy, you've got one coming. It's like this. That's a frequency shift.
Yep.
The food, the nutrition, the how to stay away from EMFs, things like that. We're gonna dig into that stuff, and it'll be a way to help the
And yet
broadcast as well.
the frequency that you were talking about, and the vibration that Tesla talked about,
Yeah.
that is going to come to the forefront,
Yes.
and that is just in happiness and joy and love.
Yeah.
You'll see, just in that video I watched, this gentleman said that the only people that say, we've all heard the story about Hillary Clinton getting a hold of the yellow cube.
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't able to do that
Right.
herself.
Right.
She had to have a go between, someone that had higher frequencies, and someone that would be put into what we would say a paranormal type person, someone who could see the future, an empath.
Right. Right.
As someone like that had to actually be the one to do it. It was a go between. And that's why she saw differently, because the go between could not let that happen, because anybody that can see the future and is blessed and given those gifts,
Yeah.
if they don't want to in their soul use those against humanity.
What I've also researched on the yellow cube too is that they don't that the yellow cube won't allow the clear view of the future by those who have ill intention. And
Yeah, and this gentleman said that the reason it's that way is because you have to have that go-between in there,
interesting.
and the
Okay.
go-between actually is the filter. So it's
Interesting.
not the cube itself. It's kind of
Interesting.
a that was a different take on it, and that makes sense to me because
Yeah.
otherwise you have to think something mechanical
Right.
would
Right.
have to make that decision. But
Right.
see, when you throw the empath or the person who sees the future to a certain extent,
Mm-hmm.
or is a high vibrational person, that has to be the go between, they're also the filter.
Right. Right.
It made total sense then.
That does make a lot more sense. Um,
Mm-hmm.
hey, check this out. Manitoba government forces retailers to block off access to non-essential items in new measures. This is the kind of nonsense that's going on. Look at these jackasses. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're just doing what they're told to do, and that's a damn shame because the people of Manitoba, the people, all of us are we're suffering the consequences, but they're being exposed. These people are being. Do you think we're going to let these guys lead again? Do you think we're gonna? You don't. You don't think we're going to make fun of these jackasses as they walk down the street on the way to get a cup of coffee, if they're not in prison? You don't think we're going to say, "Hey, jackass, you were wrong about that. And you were absolutely uh, in the pocket of China, of Soros, of you're all going to be exposed, you jackasses." And just we have to understand that, and we're exposing people every day. Rainbow had an issue with somebody today because she wasn't wearing a mask, and the person was really nasty. The woman was really nasty, and we're exposing those types of people as well, and we're going to know who they were, and they're going to know who they were, and they're gonna have to live in that shame. So yeah, where do you
Oh, the next thing I was going to mention was, did you see that the circuit courts were changed?
Yes, that was amazing.
That
That was
is huge.
amazing. Yeah,
And
yeah,
then to also look at who was placed over what circuit courts was
yeah,
very telling.
yeah. Um, excuse me. I think. Let me see. Did you drop that from me by chance? If not,
I
I think
don't think I
I think
did.
Kellyanne may have. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Um, and I know you guys probably did too, the Snedheads, a lot of you. Were there any rests today? Somebody asked. Um, you know, here's what's going on, Todd. As I'm pulling this up, let's talk about the flights to Gitmo. Let's talk about the increased military aircraft in the air. Did you check in on your on the Monkey Works today at all?
I saw Monkey Works. He did great work again today in identifying flights in and out of Gitmo. Um, there were, I believe, 6 flights in and out
Mm-hmm.
today. Two of them were regular re resupplying. He said that they fly in and out of there on Fridays a lot, so he didn't expect anything to become of that.
Uh huh.
There was an anomaly flight. One plane mysteriously changed from a completely gray and black um, jet to a white and blue jet if you go by the pictures and the tail numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So he thought that was interesting. And there were also flights that were leaving that he couldn't track coming in. And just some crazy um, things where airplanes were, he calls it squawking. Um, they're chirping, whatever they're saying when they send out their signal. That the three-letter agencies type aircraft can put out whatever signal they want sent out.
Yeah.
So, in other words, it doesn't have to be a Lear jet four passenger, blah, 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 that thing could be anything, just by changing the transponder
Yep.
code.
Yep.
So there were some flights that brought up questions today, and there was a high rate again for the day. It was about twice as normal today. There were at any one time in the day when you turn on the app that he uses, it should be about 250 military aircraft in the United States in the
Mm-hmm.
air.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier in the week, we were up to like 1,250 at any one time. So you're talking five times the normal rate. Today's rate was down to two times.
Okay.
But there were also flights in. There was a Libyan plane that flew into Gitmo and continued on to Lauderdale that he suspected was probably an HVT, which is a high value target. Maybe they picked somebody up.
Uh-huh.
And there's a lot of guessing going on, but he kind of looks at this as, if there's high activity in the air in the military, there's a reason for it.
Right. Right.
And he also provided the information that he thought there was a troop exchange vehicle. So he was thinking that more fresh troops were brought down there
Yeah.
and possibly relieved troops came back. So
Y-
there's just that's kind of the, water cooler um,
Right.
explanation of
Cool.
his highly technical work, actually.
Perfect. I'm gonna take a drink of water then.
He's great.
So, you know, what more interests me is that the decisions that are being made to right the injustice of this land. And what I have up right now, Todd, is the effective order to the redistricting of the conservative judges. Okay, and it shows, excuse me, Barrett, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Clarence Thomas, Roberts, that are going into the areas that are the battleground states right now, with conservative leaning judges overseeing key battleground states where President Donald Trump is embroiled in legal battles over voter fraud. This is basically, he is doing exactly what he can do, and what is in his right to do. And he's certainly making sure that this is going to be taken seriously. The Justice Department. What did you think about the Justice Department's actions today with the basically calling out to, oh boy, hold on a second. This is also, by the way, this is absolutely fabulous, because what's going on here is, release the Kraken, and you have, excuse me, Kavanaugh, Michigan; Roberts, Virginia; Alito, Pennsylvania; Kavanaugh, Minnesota; Elena, Arizona; Neal, Gorsuch, Colorado; Kraken.
There's always two meanings,
Always two meanings. And
at least.
dude, how many meanings does Kraken have now? That one.
Oh my God.
That one, right? The mythological creature, right? Release the Kraken, from the movie. The supercomputers, right?
Yes. And
Ghidra, yep, yep. I mean, this is huge. Thank you, Carl, for that, for dropping that in my lap there. That was awesome. And so, folks, do you see what's going on here? Do you think the white hats are in control? do you think that there's any way they can't be? They are in control, folks.
I know they're in control.
Yeah.
The when you said DOJ, that brought me back to a tweet from Judicial Watch. Did you happen to see that?
I did not. I'll pull that up.
Oh my God.
Okay. Let me pull it up. Hey, Cindy, any luck on stopping the what do you call it?
She's being a parent right now at the moment.
Okay.
She's we've got a friend over, so we've
No
got
worries.
4 kids.
No worries. You know what?
And I told her it's not important. Just let them. They can fend for themselves.
Yeah. Eric, do you have access, or Barbara? Could you take care of that, please? Yeah, I just needed to know if she could do it so we could have somebody do it. And I
I'll
think
yell at her.
no, that's all right. Let's see if somebody else steps up.
No, it's all right. I like yelling at her.
All right,
I don't get to do it much.
so Judicial Watch. Let me pull them up here and transition over here, guys. So which one in particular do you want me to go to?
Where they said they're going to sue for FOIA on the
Okay.
DOJ, the FBI, and it's a whole litany.
Awesome.
All unmasking of General Flynn.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's huge.
Also, by the way, Tom Fitton, guys, excuse me, if you don't know Judicial Watch, you need to. And excuse me. So this is, oh man, he's been busy today. All the legal disputes of all the different cities. Judicial Watch found that there are more names on the voter rolls than are eligible to vote in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Nevada, etc. Okay. New lawsuit over Flynn unmasking. Twitter censors Tom Fitton. Really?
Oh wow.
Wow. Judicial Watch has been doing litigation to clean up the voter rolls. There were 800,000 extra names on the rolls in Pennsylvania alone. Folks, this is a gentleman that found 1.3 million out-of-date voters on the voter rolls in LA County alone. LA County alone. Man. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate your donation. And folks, if you would like to support our work, I'll drop that information here shortly. There are 650,000 extra voters on the rolls in Michigan. Okay. Let's listen to Tom real quick. Let's check this out. We'll get this dialed in here for you, and hold on.
When you've got numbers that don't match, that's an indication something's off. And by the way, it's 650,000 extra voters on the rolls in Michigan, not 6,000. So it's even it's 100 times worse. What happened in Michigan is, my understanding of the law and the controversy last night was the numbers need to match. The vote totals need to match the paper records, and that wasn't happening. And so they're not allowed to certify in those circumstances. And we're told, doesn't matter what the law says, it's always ignored. Well, sorry, that's not good enough, especially in a close election like we have today. So we had a certification of vote totals that we know that there were discrepancies. And the law prohibited that certification, yet thanks to outrageous and arguably criminal pressure on these officials, they went ahead and did it anyway. When you've got...
And by the way, folks, that wasn't my sound problem. That's actually how he speaks. he carries with him an echo throughout the land. That's how powerful Tom Fitton is. Um, did you get an echo on that, Todd? Did it sound a little echoey? Oh, I got to bring you back
Yeah, it
online.
was a little echoey.
Yeah.
I thought I had you muted. It might have been me, Dave.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, yeah, it could have been. Let's
It could have been feeding back.
okay. Yeah, let's we'll try that again on the next video we do. Because I thought
Yeah,
Eric and I had that dialed in. So that's just
it was
Michigan.
judicialwatch.org, where that's the top story
Here's
on.
Here it is on the Twitter in the Twitterverse. Breaking. This was today, 11:18 a.m. Judicial Watch announced it filed a FOIA, as you guys know, it's a Freedom of Information Act, lawsuit against the CIA, DOD, Department of Defense, Department of Energy, DOJ, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, State Department, and Department of the Treasury for records of former Obama administration officials requesting to unmask Flynn. Wow, one of three. Judicial Watch filed this lawsuit after all of the above named agencies failed to respond to FOIA requests that were sent on September 1st, 2020. Additionally, the Treasury Department failed to respond to a FOIA request served on September 2nd, 2020. Now, they can claim COVID. They can say we haven't had enough time but you have to respond. You are a government agency and you're being requested by a U.S. citizen, Tom Fitton, Judicial Watch, which has a very good reputation, by the way. And for you to not respond to him, bad mistake. The unmasking requests during the Obama, real Donald Trump transition by high-ranking Obama officials reek of sedition. Reek of sedition, folks. That's when, the administration, like Biden, he asked to find out who they were investigating. And that's none of their business unless they need to know for national security reasons. And there was no reason for them to do that for national security. So that's huge, Todd. I didn't know that Judicial Watch did that. So that's huge.
Yeah, you can kind of see how everything is. It's almost like it's all choreographed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now the spotlight's being turned on the DOJ and the FBI because
Yep.
they're not doing anything about this election.
Hey, Todd, when when we were juniors, right, we were responsible for the senior prom, and
Yep.
and I think I had the photo booth or something, but basically the student council were responsible. So imagine this, Todd. The day of the dance, all the meetings have taken place. We probably started it a couple months in advance. We rented the hall. We rented the space. We didn't have it at school. We rented the space. We got, the photos taken care of. We got the band. We, went and listened to some bands, and we watched some videotapes of some bands, some cassette tapes of some bands. And these are all in the weeks leading up to it. Literally the day of, I had a limo pull in. That was part of the picture. It's almost like everybody was getting out of a limo kind of thing. I don't know if you remember that. And
Yeah.
it was under an awning, so that was my idea. So it looked like everybody was coming from, to the dance in a limo, right? And
Right.
so we're doing all this. The band is setting up their speakers and this on the stage, and all the decorations are going up. Imagine somebody coming in to the gym saying, it wasn't a gym. It was a nice place. I can't remember where we had it, but it was a ballroom somewhere. I don't see any dancing. I don't see any partying. I don't see any dancing. It's like, dude, why do you think we're setting up a band here? What do you think this picture booth is for? What do you think all those refreshments there, sitting there, waiting for everybody are? Why do you think, we're going to have a meal here? We're going to have this and this and this. I don't see any dancing. The dancing will come. We're still getting set up. And everything you're seeing is a part of the setup. These justices going to who do you think is going to be the president for the next 4 years? Do you think Joe Biden is? And yet you're like, wait a minute, he spoke today, the office of the president-elect. There is no office of the president-elect. There never has been in the history of our republic. There's never been an office of the president-elect.
That's all white hat, Dave.
Yeah.
It is.
But here's the thing.
Build back better.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They want us to be able to tell who are the people that we can trust going forward. And they want us to be able to tell who are the most easily indoctrinated going forward. Folks, do you think you're really going to go to your friend for advice who is, who voted for Biden on anything? Seriously, like, I don't mean to be demeaning, but think about it. How awake are they? Are they even tuned in? Are they even paying attention? Okay. Literally, they voted for, the guy from Weekend at Bernie's. This guy has more props. I mean, it's just uncanny. I mean, you watch this unfold and you've got to say to yourself, oh my God. But the people are so entrenched into the indoctrination that they can't break out of that. And as much as we try, there are going to be people who don't break out of it until it's actually happened. Watch the violence that occurs from the people who say, we demand a smooth transition. We don't think you guys should be sour grapes right now. But we're going to be bringing proof. They're not bringing proof. They're bringing, Wolf Blitzer, who announces it, on television, and that they've decided, and then he goes and he takes his mask off, like in Mission Impossible. So yeah, the white hats are doing this because they're trying to wake us gently. But the bottom line is, eventually, you just got to throw water on somebody, and that's what's going to happen.
Yep, and there will be these uprisings, and even 17 mentioned that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and I'm putting this with the military movement. Those planes aren't just flying around. They're setting something up.
No, they're not.
I think they're putting assets in place, and I think the event is not that far away.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to have assets wherever they need them, and so they can quickly quell these flare-ups, take them down hard and fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the reveal part starts, and then that'll be it, because who's going to continue rioting and fighting and all that when you see with your own eyes the facts?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's where I believe the media will end, because they'll be on the arrest list also. So it's not only to apprehend, it's to arrest and to knock down and quell these flare-ups of violence that we will have for a very, very short period. I'm guessing. I think it's going to be very short.
Well, and 17 has told us that too. It's going to be quick.
Yeah.
It's going to be swift. You're going to
and swift.
You're going to be safe. Your family's going to be safe. We've seen multiple clicks on that.
Yeah. It just all makes sense.
Yeah. the did you see my post today on the dates, the date on Facebook?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Did you do any dives on that at all? But just to the
No, I saw where you were going. Cindy pointed them out to me, and it made a lot of sense. But I kind of I zipped through so fast to try to cover so much ground that
Mhm.
I don't analyze, anything too hard unless it's um, like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
like a
It was pretty straightforward. It was pretty
yeah,
straightforward.
yeah,
Um, and basically, I was just wanting the Snedeheads to dig again, and just to kind of also know that it's coming, it's happening. People aren't dancing yet. We may not see people dancing, but it is, you know. Um, by the way, Kyle Rittenhouse has been released on $2 million bail,
yep.
which is pretty awesome. Um, I wanted to bring that up. Awaiting trial in Kenosha. Look at that young man. The fact that he was in jail at all is just, you got to be kidding me. So, speaking of lawsuits, FOIA requests and all that, oh my God, he, you know, they're going down for that,
Right.
for putting him in jail. That's just,
For protecting yourself from an angry mob.
yeah, and all, yeah, and also, right, like wanting to protect yourself from just the protect others, protect the businesses. He went there to protect businesses. He didn't even think he'd have to protect himself, because who's going to mess with somebody with an AR-15?
Well, he was running away.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
he was running away.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And they were just too emboldened and too stupid. And they're criminals. I mean, look at the people that he shot. It's like, not that
Yes.
they deserve to die, but that's the kind of people that they're employing. Thank you for that, Cynthia. Um, they're going after these guys because you know because of what's going on, and what they need, thugs like that. They absolutely need thugs like that. So, and I wanted to also the just talking about real quick, uh, Tucker Carlson, right?
Oh boy.
The way he tried to bash, what's Sidney Powell
Sydney.
for not giving him, it's like, okay, I wouldn't even go on his show.
Nope.
Folks, do you understand that? Like, if Tucker Carlson invited me on his show, do you really think I would go? I've been telling you about Fox that being controlled opposition for years. Okay, if I was to go on Fox, I would I would destroy him. It wouldn't even be close, because I'd just ask him a few questions, like, tell me about 9/11. How come you said that anybody who questions the narrative of 9/11 is un-American? Tucker, tell me about that. How about the wars? How many of those wars did you get behind? Did you really know what was going on? Or were you hoodwinked too? Did you apologize to anybody? Did you apologize to any of the veterans? Any of the families who lost their family to those wars that were propagandized by you? I said on Twitter today that Tucker Carlson will go down as one of the most prolific controlled opposition propagandists in history, and nothing more. So this is from Brienne. Found this. Thank you, Brienne. And this is. Kelly guy says this might help clear it up for everyone a little bit about why Tucker Carlson tonight is behaving so strangely these days. What he did to Sidney Powell last night explained, released from the laptop from hell. Oh, so he's in Hunter's laptop. Tucker Carlson, date 11/13/2014, to Hunter Biden as at Rosemont Seneca. Thanks. Hunter, exclamation point. I can't thank you enough for writing that letter to Georgetown on Buckley's behalf. So nice of you. I know it'll help. Hope you're great and we can all get dinner soon. Tucker. Todd, would I say to somebody, I hope we all get dinner soon and we can all get dinner soon if we hadn't already had dinner together once? You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
you
Yeah,
say
that's a very familiar thing.
that's a familiar thing. Yeah, and Brienne says, "Oh boy, Tucker, blackmail explains his behavior. Good find, Elizabeth. Who's Elizabeth? Elizabeth. Yeah, well done, Elizabeth. Nice find, folks. That you know, one of the George Carlin said a lot of brilliant things, and I kind of talked about him. Well, I just kind of paraphrased him a little bit earlier tonight on a couple issues actually, but one was that it's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the club. Okay. 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 So I want to get to this, Todd. Did you have any more down that path that we?
Well, on the Tucker thing,
Yeah.
you know, I had friends that kept saying, "Oh yeah, well, I only watch Tucker and Hannity and Laura."
Yeah.
And I go, guys, listen to me.
Yeah.
The people who are the puppet masters are telling these guys what they can and can't say. None of those people were breaking protocol. We already knew that Hannity had been put back on the front porch like a good little puppy when he started talking about SR.
Yep. When he stopped talking about SR, because right, because he was
right. He broke open that can of worms, and they smacked him down and set him down. He was a good little boy, like you've said many times, and he came back. And I said, that person who will shut up and do that, and they're all doing it.
Yeah.
And there were times when I was like, well, now they have Donna Brazil on that program. I'm not going to watch that.
No.
And I still snuck a peek because I enjoyed some of the subject matter.
Yeah.
But you have to think of it. You're still allowing them to profit in a way. So all viewers should turn Fox off completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't peek in because you like Hannity. Don't peek in because you like Laura. No, because they're all controlled.
Yeah.
Be done with them.
Hey, folks, fuck Sean Hannity. Fuck Tucker Carlson. Okay? Don't be watching them and pretend like you know what's going on. Just don't, because it's just absurd. All right, and these guys they're controlled opposition, and just because they give you a little bit of what, it's just you're being spoon fed by a different tyrant. That's all. They're not saying, hey, don't listen to me. Go find out for yourself. I am. Todd is. They're not asking questions so that you can, figure it out for yourself like the 17 is. Okay? They're not sending code that allows us to unravel what the hell's going on out there. Okay? Like POTUS is. All right, so these people are controlled by the mass media. They are controlled by the puppeteers of this media. There has to be controlled opposition, otherwise it doesn't work. It's all one-sided. And yes, the left has a mountainous one-sided view on against Trump and against everything that's going on and discrediting 17 the whole bit. But don't get excited because Hannity's got a Punisher pin on and he's got a big announcement in 3 days. And when you find out what the big announcement is, it's about his damn book. Okay, these people are
Yep.
self-serving Machiavellian pricks. All right, and I'm not going to pretend to like them. Have I shown them on the broadcast before? Yes. Do they have, if they have, what's her name on, Sidney Powell or whatever? Yes, we've shown a few clips, but I refuse to own the mechanisms that allow me to watch them live. So we've got to break free from this, folks. We've got to understand that we're still feeding the beast. And
Yeah, and I think one of the other beasts that nobody's pointing out is Maria Bartiromo.
Yeah, I mean,
here's my thought on her, Dave.
Yeah.
And you've got to understand this, that she has been in the richest area of the planet in the financial sector, and has gone to Davos for all of those meetings of the most evil people on the planet. And so she's getting these interviews and we're going, oh yeah, she was really hard hitting there. I am questioning big time someone who can walk into Davos every year and who can be on a member of the Council on Foreign Relations.
Yeah.
If you look at the charts that are involved in our movement, she's underneath some heavy hitters, and there's no way. It's like I'm saying, I can't believe that Barr is 100% good guy coming from the Bush administration.
Right.
You have to look at the lineage and where the positions they're holding underneath the people that are controlling them. They're letting them do this, but they have to be controlled and they have to be on this other side, because if they weren't on the other side, they wouldn't be where they are.
Yeah.
I don't think that Bill Barr would have been George Bush's attorney general. Knowing what I know about George Bush, I don't see him having this, squeaky clean attorney general.
Right.
And so, I mean, seriously, you have to really, really look at these people for where they came from. Look at their lineage. Look at their, where they came from and how they got to where they were, because I don't believe that good people got there in those administrations.
Yeah, exactly. You got to look at
no matter what they're saying right now.
Yeah, you got to look at their history and be suspect. Now, can people turn over a new leaf? Can they ask for a new lease on life? Are they, making deals that are they apologetic? Maybe we'll see. We'll see. But excuse me. But it's.
I'm just saying, tread lightly.
Yeah.
Don't fall in love with any one talking head.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you another thing about the talking heads that we've all talked about is when I was on Twitter and I wasn't in Twitmo, I was sending some information to those people that I was getting through sources that I couldn't even remember when I was getting my intel.
Yeah.
It was like out of
from
this
people
world.
From people that like have 5 followers or whatever. It's like
right.
Yeah.
And followed nobody, and they've been on for 5 years. And they had just incredible information, like out of this world. Well, I sent some of that directly to, Hannity and Laura Ingraham. And I mean, it was like fact. It was dug up fact that would have been like headlines on the show. It would have been great if they were who they portrayed to be. And crickets. And I even private messaged as much as I could. I made a push to try to get this out there
Yeah.
because I thought that was one of the methods that I was supposed to do, have great information and share it with
Right.
somebody who can share it with the world.
Yeah.
And they sat on it and pooped on it.
And it's here's the thing, folks. Is just it's not our job to say they're bad, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. That's for you to figure out. We're going to give you our opinion on it based on what we know about them, and that's that's our job. But if we're saying you got to listen to us and you got to it's that would be missing the mark because that's doing what they're doing. They're trying to discredit certain people. They're trying to discredit the 17 movement. They're trying to discredit Donald Trump. And, I'm talking about, different pundits or different shows or what have you, right? But here's an example. Denise says that Barr was Bill Casey's handler for Bill Clinton in Arkansas when he was being groomed for president. Bill Casey, CIA. Bill Clinton was running drugs for George Bush when he was the director of the CIA. He was bringing drugs and trafficking through Mena, Arkansas airport, and so Barr was involved then. Denise, thank you for that. But here's the thing. The DOJ today, Bill Barr said that he's opening up investigation to his attorneys around the country and saying, go find the corruption. But, little too late. What are you waiting on? Where you been? Have you been busy? Have you been involved in this? We're going to find out. And I'll tell you what, if Bill Barr doesn't do his job, I'm going to be the one calling for his arrest and conviction, and because the people that don't do their job that they have been assigned to do, and that is breaking the law. If he doesn't put people behind bars that have broken the law, then he's breaking the law, and he's going to go down. But he may be a good guy. I don't know. I don't know what's inside that man's heart. And I don't know what all he's done, but I will say this: that that we just got to keep an eye out.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah,
Is basically that's what I was saying. Don't completely trust these people, and just look at
yeah,
everything in totality.
yeah,
Because even if you and I have discussed before, I see Rudy defending the president and Rudy
yeah.
going after Joe Biden for his Ukrainian dealings
Right.
but then if we circle back all the way to 9/11,
Yeah,
then I have a problem understanding how he didn't know something about that.
yeah,
Now, and that might have been one of those positions where if he would have raised his head up 1 centimeter, it might have gotten blown off.
mm-hmm.
So maybe this is his way of getting back for being, in that situation. See, we don't know how these people get into the situations they're in.
Yeah,
We don't know the threats that are against them, but we do know blackmail and all of the other things that happen.
yeah.
We know
Absolutely.
how people are compromised,
Yeah,
and so we can't change. I can't say that I would have done differently in my opinion. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have done the same thing for self-preservation at that time.
yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
And maybe this is his chance at redemption.
Yeah, yeah. Patty said Hannity is not bad. I met him at church years ago, and he's a good family man. So, Patty, that's like an example of an extreme, right? And one extreme to the other. Like when you meet him in person, and you really are taken with him. He's with his family. He's at church. Yeah, I get that, and that's legitimate. And your experience with him is absolutely valid, but it's anecdotal. from a standpoint of may not be using the right example of that, but it's just one example. Like people have you guys think I'm a good dude, but people have met me and think I'm an asshole because they caught me at a bad time or something they pushed one of my buttons or something, and I because I'm not somebody who's walking around trying to be liked all the time. And so I'm going to be myself. And if you catch me on a bad day, you may not like me. And some people think I'm an awesome guy, right? And I think more people think that than the latter. But here's the thing: so you can meet anybody. People love Bill Clinton. You can't find one person that's met Bill Clinton. I've never met anybody in my life who's met Bill Clinton that didn't say, "Oh my God, what an amazing man! What a presence! What an incredible man!" But that's his job, is to come across as a good man. Okay? But look at what he's done. And when you start to look at what he's done, it ain't pretty. And, he started talking about Mr. Rich, and they fired him. Basically, they told him he was going to be fired if he didn't stop talking about it. Guess what? He had to shut up about it. That didn't get us to the truth. That didn't get us to the truth. Kathy said, "I heard Barr was arrested." Shoot, I lost it, Kathy. Okay, Barbara, I'll check. I'll check that. Thank you. All right. So let's get off the Fox bash. Oh yeah. So there's also a Comet Ping Pong connection with Tucker as well. And Barb sent me this, and let me see. So again, folks, remember, we haven't dug into the 17 drops, but remember, just think about how unemotional, how just very matter of fact, asking questions. Okay. On Comet Ping Pong, the appeal of such a venue is broad. Families appreciate the joint for the obvious. Be warned, the sounds of restless little ones can easily outmuscle Dean Martin and Rosemary Clooney on the soundtrack, and the stargazing can be prime. Among the VIP regulars are ballet director Septime Webre and talking head Tucker Carlson. But even Donald Rumsfeld has dropped by for a pie. Now, folks, have people gone to Comet Ping Pong who live in Washington, D.C. and had pizza and not been involved in pedophilia? No question about it. Okay? Just like, people have gone to the Caribbean and haven't gone to Epstein's Island and done that. Although people that have gone to Epstein's Island, you're not getting off that easy. That's why you go to Epstein's Island. Okay, so that was just an article about it. And then insider's tip on number 4, Comet Ping Pong. You eavesdrop on regulars like Ted Kennedy, Tucker Carlson, Sidney Blumenthal, Joe Wilson, Valerie Plame, so Chris Matthews. So, but if you're regulars at this place, there might be something there. Okay. But again, I just had a conversation today about, I'm not willing to throw Tucker into this pool, right? Just because he's a regular there. Right? But it does raise an eyebrow. That's all. It does raise an eyebrow. So I don't want to, disregard it, but, it's just, I don't need that for me to say, Tucker, I don't trust him. I need to see, all I need is his history. So, excuse me. So I wanted to. This is a big one. That I watched a little of this today. This is David Icke, and this is really important. I want to get to this. I want to get through it pretty quickly because we could go down this rabbit hole and it could be very deep. But what's important to understand: former FEMA operative Celeste Salom talks with David Icke. The COVID tests are magnetically tagging you, and the vaccine is designed for mass depopulation and the synthetic transformation of the human body. Todd, does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Snedheads, does that sound familiar to you? Right. This is something I've been talking about since COVID came out. The Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, and the solution of this whole thing is getting Trump out of office through mail-in ballots, cheating on the election, which I was telling you back in February, March, crashing his economy, because that was the strongest thing that Trump had going, was the economy, and also getting us to take a mass vaccine with the technology in it that would tie us together with the 5G and the AI. They are trying to bring us to a place of connection with AI. And like my friend Robert said today, we want to have a connection with our Creator. And we strive for that connection with our Creator. We strive for that connection with each other. We see our Creator. We see creation in each other, in nature, and all of this. And look what they're taking us from. They're taking us from each other. They're making us fear each other. They're keeping us from our families, for crying out loud. And especially if they get in the hospital and they get sick with this COVID. They're keeping us from them. And also getting us to beg for a vaccine which will have the technology in it, which is the gel, the hydrogel, and the vaccine additives like 060606, literally the mark of the beast from Bill Gates, and tie us in with the 5G technology to be able to control us and to depopulate us. Connect us to AI, just like the screens have done. The screens that are made by slaves in China, people that are jumping out of buildings because they're so overworked and underpaid and stressed. And so we're tying into look at the screens we're looking at all day long. Why? Because we're not interacting with each other. And so they're taking us away from connection with God, connection with each other, and they're getting us connected into the AI grid. I say it, people listen, sure, people believe it, people look and do their own research. But Celeste Salom worked for the Department of Homeland Security. She has evidence to this. I've shown you evidence to this. This is absolutely real. This is absolutely a fact. You can find this on davidicke.com. Okay, davidicke.com. ICKE.com. Okay, please know who this man is. Okay, and I know many of you already do. And then I wanted to show you from Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia, for sending this. Pfizer, I said it too. Pfizer and Moderna are both using the mRNA process. That is Gates Foundation. Thank you for that, Cynthia, because I was asking about the Gates tie-in, if he was tied in with them. This is the mechanism that will be used to inject us all with nanoparticles, and the nanoparticles are the hydrogel that I mentioned, okay? Bill Gates is actively financing and promoting new untested vaccines supposed to keep us at least somewhat safe from a ghastly death with the novel coronavirus and supposedly allow us to resume somewhat normal lives. The pharma giant Pfizer has now announced that they claim were spectacular results in initial human tests. They use an experimental technology known as gene editing, specifically rMNA gene editing, something never before used in vaccines. Before we rush to get jabbed in hopes of some immunity, we should know more about the radical experimental technology and its lack of precision. Okay. This is, and you can find this on my page. Cynthia has tagged Todd and Rebecca and myself. Okay. So, and you can find out more about this. But here's what the important thing to understand here, folks, is that this isn't about keeping us safe from something dangerous. Okay. This is not about keeping us safe from something dangerous. Once you start to awaken to the matrix, once you start to awaken to the people controlling this planet, and you start to awaken to their agenda for the rest of us, which they call us useless eaters, by the way. When you understand the depths at which they've gone to in the harming of innocent children, in the production of production of something really bad that gets them high, and also keeps them young. When you understand that they'll go to that level, then you understand that they have no compassion, and that they have actually gone through a ceremony, as I've described many times, in front of the owl, in front of Moloch, called the cremation of care, where their compassion is ripped from them via physical, sexual, emotional abuse to them, and forcing them to do the same to others. This is called the cremation of care. This is how they eradicate compassion from the human soul, which allows them to control the masses better, because once they are able to look upon us as useless eaters, they have succeeded in their training, in the indoctrination of their psyche, of their soul. And when you understand that, when you wrap your head around that, okay, then you understand that they have no interest in what's good for us. And as a matter of fact, they have more of an interest in eugenics. Bill Gates, his father, started Planned Parenthood with Margaret Sanger, funded it, and for the eradication of black babies. That was Margaret Sanger's quote, not mine. She called him something much worse. And Bill Gates' father funded that whole thing. That's who he is, who his father is. Well, he grew up in that. Okay? And so now he has a foundation called a population control foundation. Okay? And you can't make this up. And guess who's on the board of that? Guess who's an advisor for that? Anthony Fauci. And so this is the person who's creating these vaccines, folks. Let me see. Here it is. Okay. Let's see. Gates Institute for Population and Reproductive Health. That's at Johns Hopkins, who he did the Event 201, where they actually had the pandemic going on when they brought it all together. Family planning and reproductive health. Folks, family planning is not going in, sitting down with the love of your life and talking about, I'd like to have 4 children, or I'd like to have 3 children. We'd like to have our children spaced out over 2 years so that they get their own, we'd like to have them spaced out over more. So we'd like to plan our budget right now. We can handle 1, maybe 2, but we're just going to start with 1. We're going to increase our revenue, and then we're going to have another one. That's not family planning, folks. This is about no family at all. reproductive health, that's a fancy um, uh, public relations verbiage for killing babies. This is all 1984 doublespeak, newspeak that Orwell told us about. Why? Because he knew about it from the beginning, from the Fabian Society, 1884, 1984, 100-year anniversary. That's why and here you go. And he warned us about doublespeak. He told us about newspeak. Okay, Bill and Melinda Gates Institute for Population and Reproductive Health. Do you think they're trying to increase the population with this organization? No. No. Publications database. It's not about anything other than depopulation, folks. So that's what I wanted to say about the vaccine. So Todd, when we've had vaccines, I've met some beautiful people through the vaccine freedom for our own health, and I've met some amazing moms and fathers that understand the vaccines are very, very, very bad for us. And before we go, I'd have to think, well, am I going to talk to them about the eugenics aspect of it, or am I just going to talk about the ingredients? Because sometimes when you talk about the eugenics aspect, you lose people because that's a conspiracy theory. When in actuality, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on.
Hey, Dave, I
Yeah.
think when we get to this point, where we're talking about how bad this is and what this will do to the human body, it's also important to explain how we feel this is going to play out.
Great
Deborah
point.
Roten
Great point.
said, is this the same vaccine that Trump is telling us to take if we want?
Right. Do you have a thought on that? Do you want to throw in, or do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, I can give you the way I think it's going to play out.
Go for it.
Well, we've been waiting for this miracle cure for this terrible plague that we've had, which we know it's a lie.
Yeah.
And we know that there's a simpler cure that has been literally given to billions of people on the planet for more than 50 years that I can document, and probably closer to 100.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden they're saying that the effectiveness of this it's a dangerous drug and we can't even mention it now or we'll get blacked out.
Right.
And we all know what it starts with, an H.
Yeah.
As I look at this, reaching the end of this segment of this awakening, this is how I think it's going to play out. As you noticed, Trump has brought back some blasts from the past. He had Birx and he had Fauci come back up to the podium, tell you push those vaccines, tell you to wear those masks, and whatever you do, social distance, wash your hands, and stay away from other people because it's a terrible thing that we've got.
Yeah.
It's the plague, but it's not. So they're lying. So what I think is going to happen, and knowing that Trump has no love or affection for the pharmaceutical business, I think that some way, somehow, he is going to show what the intent of these vaccines what they were going to do to the human population before they do it. Now, I don't know how they're going to do that. it's a bit like trying to figure out the Sting, the Robert Redford. Um, nobody could ever figure that movie out as you followed the movie along. But one thing I can assure you is that, in my opinion, President Trump and his team did not go this far
Yeah.
to end up mass, killing the world population basically
Right.
through a poison vaccine or turning us into bots
Yeah.
or doing all of the things that the cabal was intending on doing through Hillary Clinton. So I don't know exactly how it's going to be exposed, but I do believe that, to believe that any drug is 95%, especially a vaccine that was rushed,
Mm-hmm.
to believe that they came up with such a great drug
Yeah.
in such a short period of time. Why didn't they have a cure for the common cold then? Because
Yeah.
that's a coronavirus.
Exactly. Exactly.
Um, if you just look at the whole way this is playing out in totalitarian, in see the big picture and see what we've been through to show how these people were
Yeah.
and what they intended on doing, to expose all this corruption and then get to the end of the movie and inject everybody
Yeah.
just really doesn't make sense to me, when he could have easily just turned anti Second Amendment, and they could have easily just continued on with the New World Order plan,
Yeah.
um, which would have been a lot easier to do. You know,
Oh.
have the media
Yeah.
love Trump and say, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, what he's doing is right,"
Yeah.
and then have him be pro, taking the Second Amendment away, have him be,
Right.
for abortion.
Right.
Um,
Right.
you know, the way it's all played out to this point, and to as far back as I can trace this plan starting pre Kennedy,
Mm.
to think that all these people really had, mass murder on their minds also
Yeah.
would be a bit of a stretch to me.
Um. Yes. Absolutely. And I you know what, I've said all along that he's not going to force a vaccine on us.
No.
And I've said all along that he's pushing therapeutics, and he got to a point where he just had to ease everybody into it. Now, one of the things we've talked about is that one of the few things that I ever got from Darwin was survival of the fittest. And that had very little to do with evolution, which I don't believe in at all. And it has so many holes. It is the theory of evolution, folks.
You
We,
mean we weren't primordial ooze?
maybe you, but I definitely was.
Well, you can't say what I am now is what I came from.
um, say again. You can't say what?
You can't say that because I'm primordial ooze right now that
Oh, right,
that's where I
right.
came from.
Well, it just goes to reason. Stands to reason, or crawls to reason, I should say.
No
Um,
evolution at all.
just like the monkeys are still around.
Yeah.
Um, so, so at any rate, we don't have to get into the theory of evolution or anything. And obviously, folks, we didn't check our code tonight, but please check it when it comes to this, and just listen to what I have to say. But so maybe that this was the wrong time to bring this up, but it's and whatever you believe is fine with me. I mean, it's you're welcome here. So you know that. So, but Darwin did talk about survival of the fittest. Okay, and you have elephants that are killed off because they're the weakest of the litter. I don't know what you call an elephant birth, but the weakest cat in a litter might be killed off, might by the parents, because they can't, the little elephant can't hold everybody back, folks. It's not. There is no kids left behind in the wild. You either survive or you get killed. And so you can't be, walking slowly or moving slowly because the weakest of you is really slow because you all get killed. And so it's the survival of the fittest. So I think what we have here is that if President Trump did not give the option of a vaccine, then you would have people pushing against him severely. But if you give people what they're asking for, but also show them, hey, look at this alternative. Does this make more sense to you, or does this? Because we know that that he's not going to allow. Again, we have 4 more years with President Donald John Trump. Make no mistake about that. He's not going to allow Cuomo to continue doing what he's doing in New York, or Gavin Newsom to continue what he's doing in California, or Whitmer in Michigan. The list goes on. Pritzker in Illinois. I mean, it's not going to continue because they are violating our constitutional rights, and it doesn't work. So there's going to be a shift here, okay? And that shift is going to shift people out of the having to. I had a conversation with somebody today, and he's like, "Oh, I'm looking forward to the vaccine coming so that I can, travel back and forth to London." And I'm like, "See that? I'd love to travel to London too, but I'm not going to do it under the guise of tyranny, and neither should you." And and why would you take a vaccine for something that's 99%, you're going to recover from or more? And plenty of therapy, So it was kind of a slow walk with the gentleman, and I really liked him, so I wanted to talk to him about this. But it's this is the agenda that they have is the tyranny, the contact tracing, the how are we going to know if you got the vaccine or not? Well, we're going to put something in it that's going to tell us. So trust me, the military is not going to force vaccine. President Trump is not going to force vaccine. And anybody who tries to force vaccine of this particular vaccine that is literally trying to change our DNA is going to have a serious problem on their hands. So I'm not worried about the vaccine at all. There's no way in hell I'll ever take it, and I will not have my rights restricted because of it. So I will, a lot of people moved out of California because of that. That's one of the many tyrannical orders that have come down to California that people are, heading for the hills for. So we're basically, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. And I would ask you to not be worried about it either, because I really believe that that all is going to be well, folks, very, very soon. And I want to stay optimistic, and I really believe that you're going to find that things are going to turn out quite well, quite well.
Yeah, Dave, Vincent Kennedy had a post 5 hours ago about this similar subject. He has a pretty good way of putting it.
Let me pull that up, and I just got something from. Hold on, let me go to Vincent Kennedy here, and I'll take you guys down. And how long ago was it, Todd?
It was 5 hours ago.
Thank you. And I'll scroll down Vincent Kennedy. You guys can see he's got some great stuff with animals. Huge. This is Kyle Rittenhouse being freed. That's actor Ricky Schroeder. Look at that. That's very cool. Attorney John Pierce. Thank you all donors. Thank you all patriots. Thank God Almighty. And he's wearing a shirt called Black Rifle Coffee Company. That's hilarious. That's interesting. Um, 50. What's Vincent Kennedy? 55 minutes ago, WWE SmackDown. So let's look at 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 5 hours ago. Here you go. Yeah. If you get a vax, you get you can get a stimulus check. If you get vax, you can go to the concerts, enter a restaurant, enter a gym, leave the state, leave the country. You can vote in person. Folks, we're awake. Enough of us are awake that that's not going to be an issue. It's not going to be an issue. It will. And by the way, if it is, I'm right here, and I'm fighting with you, and we're fighting strong. But it's not going to be the case. I wanted to show this. This is
Okay,
interesting. Go.
you missed the follow up on it.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Ba ba ba. But they are rewards, right? These people are sick. And by the way, there's the little period there, little dot.
Right. Yep.
What we never did quite figure that out, did we?
He always uses that, and he gets a lot of replies with that, and sometimes he just posts that. And I was never able to completely figure it out.
Yeah.
But that's his thing.
I wish I knew what it was. Yeah, but that's the agenda. Joe Biden gets elected. This is the agenda. That's what the plan was. Check this out. This was, let's see who dropped this to me. Tracy just dropped this to me. Thank you, Tracy. Let me play it. I hope, Todd, if you could mute your mic, please.
Yep.
And let's see if we have a little bit better sound this time around. And I will mute you during this as well. I think that will help. Okay.
I think December 14th when the Electoral College meets.
Well, at the rate information is pouring in and with the dedicated little team that we have, I think we're going to get it done. Certainly enough to blow it absolutely all up, and it should thoroughly embarrass the Department of Justice and the National Security Administration and the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI that they have ignored all this for all this time. Either that or they were complicit in operating it and running it and using it for their own operations. The CIA, I'm sure, had a hand in it.
Why is Gina Haspel still there if she was
I've been asking that question for months. She should never have been put in that job. She should be fired immediately, and so should Christopher Wray and a lot of other people over there. We even got information that there's a person in the Department of Defense who's been on the internet with Bernie Sanders and AOC instructing people how to commit sabotage in their respective offices within the government, and there were a couple hundred people on the call. All of them haven't been arrested, I don't know.
Let me ask you about this guy, Eric Coomer. I think he works for Dominion. He's Berkeley, California, University of California grad. He's the one who was allegedly, he was on a conference call or something, a Zoom with Antifa, and he said, supposedly, don't worry about Trump. I've already made sure.
All right, folks. Sorry for that cacophonous sound there. But I do want to bring up a very interesting point here. Okay. Many of you are questioning, or thinking you want to go with Newsmax. Okay. I'm going to show you a piece of the indoctrination. Okay. Let me back this up. We're going to have to put up with the sound just a little while longer, but I'm going to show you something, and I want your input on this. Excuse me. Hold on one sec. Let me back that up a little bit more.
question. I've been asking that question for months. She should never have been put in that job. She should be fired immediately, and so should Christopher Wray and a lot of other people over there. We even got information that there's a person in the Department of Defense who's been on the internet with Bernie Sanders and AOC instructing people how to commit sabotage in their respective offices within the government, and there were a couple hundred people on the call. Why all of them haven't been arrested, I don't know.
Let me ask you about this guy, Eric Coomer.
The Sidney Powell just tells you that, excuse me, Sidney Powell just tells you that there was a person in the high levels of the DOJ who was on an internet call with Bernie Sanders and AOC, and they were being instructed on how to sabotage from their position of power this country, this president. If you're the interviewer, do you glaze over that? He couldn't ask the next question soon enough. Watch his reaction again. This is very, very important. I'm glad we're doing this because this is how you pick out indoctrination. Listen to what she says again, and then watch where he goes from there. He goes to Eric Coomer. Why wouldn't you go to AOC? Why wouldn't you go to Bernie Sanders? Why wouldn't you ask more questions about that particular bomb that she just dropped? Back it up just a little bit.
She should never have been put in that job. She should be fired immediately, and so should Christopher Wray and a lot of other people over there. We even got information that there's a person in the Department of Defense who's been on the internet with Bernie Sanders and AOC instructing people how to commit sabotage in their respective offices within the government, and there were a couple hundred people on the call. All of them haven't been arrested, I don't know.
Let me ask you about this guy, Eric Coomer. He works for Dominion. He's Berkeley, California, University of California grad. He's the one who was allegedly, he was on a conference call or something, a Zoom with Antifa, and he said, supposedly, don't worry about Trump. I've already made sure he's going to lose the election. Is that true for starters? And it's true. You have that.
It's true. Yeah, we have an affidavit to that effect, and we have I think we have a copy of the call.
Where is Eric Coomer now?
And yeah, he's disappeared. And also, Dominion has shuttered up both of their offices in Canada, where they shared an office before with George Soros. And also,
for starters, and it's true. You have that.
It's true. Yeah, we have an affidavit to that effect, and we have I think we have a copy of the call.
Where is Eric Coomer now?
And yeah, he's disappeared. And also, Dominion has shuttered up both of their offices in Canada, where they shared an office before with George Soros entity, and they have moved their office in Denver. And of course, I'm sure there was a lot of document shredding and things, quote, lost, end quote, in that process. The FBI should have moved on all of this immediately. All of the voting machines should have already been impounded. The software should have been secured and examined. I am so livid with the law enforcement in this country, I can't see straight.
So what happens when you mention Coomer and he or his lawyer just says, well, he was just bragging. You have no proof that he actually fixed the election. That's just barroom talk. What are you going to say? What's the comeback to that?
Well, it's called a confession in a courtroom. It's called a confession.
All right, Sidney. So you hope to.
So, hold on. So, first off, that bomb, Todd, that she dropped of, there were 100 people on the call. Department of Defense, higher up in the Department of Defense, I said DOJ, was on that call. He or she heard that call, and AOC and Bernie Sanders, two of the top Democrats in the world, known by everyone the world over. And he's going to jump off that topic and go to Eric Coomer, who nobody knows. Certainly nobody knew until this week.
Right.
Is that deflection? Is that obvious to you?
Well, that's absolute deflection. And it reminds me of what Fox did when, who was it mentioned? SOROS.
Oh yeah, that was Harris Faulkner.
And they shut the mic off.
Yeah, Harris Faulkner and
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
And by the way, this man
it's
did
either
not.
extreme incompetence,
Yeah.
which I don't believe because Howie Carr's not new to the game.
Right. Right.
Because that should have been, like dangling a worm in front of a hungry fish. Right there. He should have jumped on that and said, "Wow, there's a story that's got some meat in it."
Can you imagine if you and I had Sidney Powell on, and she dropped that bomb? I mean, we would have been.
First, we would have repeated exactly what she said.
Exactly. Wait a minute. Sydney, are you saying that there was a phone call with 100 people on it, including Bernie and AOC, and they were being directed on how to sabotage this country through their positions of power? Tell me more about that.
Yes.
And here's the other thing. You mentioned Soros on Harris Faulkner and how they glazed over that. Did you notice him glazing over Soros? She said they share an office with George Soros, and he didn't.
Yes.
He stayed on Coomer. You see, folks, this is how this works. They're throwing Coomer to the wolves here. And where is he now? Well, why wouldn't you ask where George Soros is right now? Why wouldn't you ask?
Coomer's with Hunter Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're on a binge.
They were called to the carpet in Pennsylvania, I believe, and they didn't show up. Dominion.
Folks, this is very, very important, Todd. I'm so glad you brought that up. They thought Dominion was going to come in and explain themselves and talk about this thing, but instead they backed out in the last minute. They said, we're not going to do this, and they lawyered up.
Yep.
So is that somebody who's innocent, Todd?
If I had voter machines, Dave, and I was proud of what they did, my ass would have been right there because that would have been a great time to advertise how good a product you have.
Absolutely. Look at and
if
let's
you
prove
could
it.
stand behind all of your voter machines and your tabulations. I would have stood up there and I would have announced it to the world. And guess what, Dave? If they were that damn good, every country in the world would use my machines.
Yep. And Todd, what an awesome way for us to promote our business.
Perfect.
Every election around the world, Todd, should be using our Dominion voting systems. Dominion. They've turned us all into minions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. Everything has a meaning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you could even say duh minions, like duh.
Yeah,
minions.
Exactly.
Of course we tried to steal your election, you dumbasses.
Yeah, and we worked this out with Hugo Chavez. He helped us out.
Well, what a guy.
By the way, let me show you guys this. This is the This is why is Georgia shredding election documents materials at election headquarters in Cobb County? Geller Report News. Folks, David Miles, who was on the broadcast on Monday, good friend and fellow Snedhead, who's you guys are getting to know through Snedication Nation. He is Pamela Geller. This is has been his partner on a couple movies. And as a matter of fact, he asked me to help him with a project when they were out here, and I got a chance to meet Pamela. And she's doing amazing work. And this is her Geller report. And why is Georgia shredding election documents materials at election headquarters in Cobb County? And it was A1 shredding and recycling truck picking up election documents materials at Jim R. Miller Park election office in Cobb County, Georgia, minutes ago. They may be destroying evidence. Cobb County, Georgia patriots need to demand answers now. And this was Lynn Wood, by the way, who is the lawyer for Kyle Rittenhouse and Nick Sandman. And also now working with President Trump's team on the election. So it's on their radar, folks. This is on the radar of President Trump's legal team. Okay, so I think we're good, folks. They've got this down, and there's evidence. There's going to be evidence to this. A1, guess what, folks? A1, guess what? Do you want to keep your business? Do you want to keep your business, or would you like us to shut you down for conspiracy to commit fraud in a U.S. Election? Because if you want to keep your business, tell us who hired you to do this and what they asked you to do. It's very simple, folks. When you're in the right, it just got a whole lot easier to make things happen to your benefit. Excuse me. Yeah. So, Todd, any other thoughts and directions you'd like to go?
Well, I just say hold tight, Patriots. I think we're going in the right direction. I think I just feel like, and Cindy and I talk about it daily, I just feel the heat is starting to raise underneath the kettle. And I think we're at a rolling point in the water. We're not to the boiling point yet, but when you see guys not showing up defending their voting machines, it's such a simple thing as counting and tabulating.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't understand why they try to make it so complicated anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, well, I do, but do you know what I'm saying? In this day and age, we can't even count votes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, when you see stuff like this that's so unreal, there's a reason for it. It's to help wake up. It's waking people up.
That's all. We got to keep coming back to that, Todd. We've got to keep getting the Snedheads back to that, because this is, we're looking at 1,500, 1,800 people on this broadcast right now. We got 3 on YouTube, by the way. A few of you found your way over to my other channel. I didn't know that was I was able to broadcast on that live. So that's important that we know that. Let me see here a second.
Well, and who knows what the real numbers are, Dave? We had one in Facebook last night, and it ended up being about 70.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that happened in 2 of the IndoctriNATION room and the David Snedeker room of Facebook. Absolutely. Good point, bud. Thanks for that. So here we go, live now. Okay, so I want to show you guys this because I want you to, we're going to be off YouTube for a whole week, okay? So what do we do when we get bashed by YouTube? We bash them back, Okay. So what I'd like to ask you to do is right now, okay, I'm going to show you two channels here. Okay. Excuse me. The first channel is the channel I'm going to ask you to move to. Okay. And excuse me, that is Dave Sned. There are presently 22 subscribers. Okay. And I'd like you to go to this, please. YouTube, let's see, how would you find it? Let me put this, let me see, copy that, and let's put it into Facebook on the Facebook page. And let me do that right now. This is really important, folks, because we cannot allow them to win here by censoring. And so guess what? Is this going to take you an extra step? Is this going to be, extra time on your part? Is this going to be effort? Yeah, it is. But that's how we have to engage. Okay. So I just posted the link. And actually, let me just let everybody know it's the backup YouTube channel. Okay. And so please do that as soon as you can, if not now. And there we go, our backup channel. All right. Right now we're at on the IndoctriNATION page. We have, I believe, I'm not going to go there right now, but I think we're almost at 8,000 subscribers on the IndoctriNATION channel. So please go to Dave Sned. You can probably find it with the IndoctriNATION with David Snedeker, but please subscribe, hit the bell notification so you'll be notified when we go live, and please share that out to people, okay? And, as a violation of our First Amendment rights, please share this out and let's double our numbers on there. Let's double them. Let's teach, YouTube a lesson that they will not get away with this. A couple, Todd, you were, let's see, I want to see something here. Barb just shared something. She just shared Watch California, which 17 has told us to do. And in California, okay, we're having some significant evidence. See, I thought California was going to turn red. And I really believe that's still the case. Alex Padilla, Secretary of State, State of California Office of Voting Systems Technology Assessment, August 5th, 2020. This is before the election. Okay. The watermark for the November 3rd, 2020 general election is the California poppy. I've showed you that on my ballot. The tint for the background and watermark is red PMS 192. Okay. The watermark and tint must appear on the ballot itself, not only the stub. Please note that for color-on-color combinations, the tint value of the background, just talks about that. Okay. The outline must be darker than the background. Okay, if you have any questions or need additional tint and watermarks for local elections, please feel free to contact the Office of Voting Systems Technology Assessment. Okay. President Trump, June 22nd, rigged 2020 election. Millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times. Folks, we've seen 17 post about how China is printing them, okay? General Nakasone, Cybercom, together Cybercom, NSA, DHS, FBI, and more partners continue to protect 2020. This was November 4th, 2020, the day after the election. This is Delaware, Christmas Eve. Normal black ink, ink in box, black ink. Corn ink. You can see how it comes through with a... Oh, damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had you over there with me. My bad. My bad. Hate when I do that. So this is the black ink in the box. Okay, this is the ballot. This is the corn ink. The corn is ready for harvest, folks. Okay, so that is the, and we've covered this. We've covered the corn base, okay, ink. So that's not a surprise to you. But Spectre ink is ethanol-based corn ink, invisible ink that can only be seen with night vision. It's the military inspecting ballots with infrared night vision for an invisible wet mark on all official 2020 election ballots. That's what we believe is the case. Okay. 1 year delta, remember 5th of November. Americans should go to trusted sources for election information, such as their state and local election officials. We encourage every American to report any suspicious activity to their local officials. This was the FBI or DHS, okay? This was November 5th, 2020, all right? So this is, folks, I think California alone is going to wake people up in a big way. Going to wake people up in a big way. And because nobody expected California to go red. But if California goes red, then guess what? Wisconsin should have gone red. Michigan should have gone red. Minnesota should have gone red. Georgia definitely should have gone red. Stayed red. You see all this? Virginia should have gone. I mean, if California goes red, then everybody's up for grabs. Because if Trump could turn California, are you kidding me? He's not going to turn middle America. And he already has. We already know that. Okay. This is the statement.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, bud.
Hey, you've gotten very quiet on my end. I don't know if you're farther away from the mic or...
I'm not.
I don't know if it's
I'm
okay.
not. Did you
It's
turn
very,
down?
very quiet.
Really? Did you turn down when we did the video by any chance?
No.
Yeah, Virginia and New York, Sandoof. I think New York. Think about it. How many New Yorkers do you know are just they're straight talkers or straight shooters? Language doesn't bother them, and they're like, I'm fed up with these jackasses that are ruining our city, ruining our state. Joanne says, as California goes, so does all the rest. Exactly. And Georgia should have stayed red. They did, Jamie, but they're too busy getting rid of ballots. Let me ask, Todd, let me go down. Everyone says, am I talking softer, maybe, Judy? Loud and clear. Everyone's saying I'm loud and clear. Sound is
Well,
good.
I just mean on our connection.
Oh, that shouldn't change either because you and I are communicating through the board actually.
Oh, there we go. That's better.
And by the way, you sound. Oh, really? I just picked it up. I didn't do anything. Huh? And it's still good for you?
Yeah, it's a little louder. It's not as clear as it was earlier.
Huh? I wonder what's going on.
Strange.
Yeah. But by the way, I love listening to you through this too. You sound so much better. Just not that you were annoying before, but but
well, yeah, that's my job.
Yeah, but you sound good in the headphones here.
Cool.
So yeah, and Anna, New Yorker right here, fed up. Anna, how many people you know that are just fed up with what's going on in New York? I mean, come on. Yeah, I've probably gotten a little softer. I'm starting to, get into my pillow talk voice.
You're massaging my brain, man.
Exactly. Yeah, so this is all, good news that we're seeing. through this thread here of California. But the joint statement I wanted to read here, and today dozens of states and this is from FBI, Cyber Command, NSA, Homeland Security, Esper, Barr. Now remember, Esper's gone. Ray's going to be gone. Um, uh, Christopher Krebs is already gone. Okay. The what's who am I missing? Acting. This is November 5th, 2019. The director of national intelligence, Joseph McGuire, is not there. It's now Grinnell. And also Haspel's going to be gone. CIA. Okay, so
Gone.
most of these people in Barr, by the way, were like, okay, what the hell's going on? All right, where are the arrests? Where where have you taken action, and are you taking swift enough action? And so all these people, a lot of these people are gone, folks. Why? Let's read. Today, dozens of states and local jurisdictions are hosting their own elections across the country. In less than a year from now, Americans will go to the polls and cast their votes in the 2020 presidential election. Election security is a top priority for the U.S. government. Building on our successful bullshit isn't in the letter, folks. I added that just in case you weren't sure. Building on our successful whole of government approach to securing the 2018 elections, we have increased the level of support to state and local election officials in their efforts to protect elections. The federal government is prioritizing the sharing of threat intelligence and providing support and services that improve the security of election infrastructure across the nation. In an unprecedented level of coordination, the U.S. government is working with all 50 states and U.S. territories, local officials, and private sector partners to identify threats, broadly share information, et cetera, right? Our adversaries want to undermine our democratic institutions, influence public sentiment, and affect government policies. Russia, China, Iran, and other foreign malicious actors will all seek to interfere in the voting process. Adversaries may try to accomplish their goals through a variety of means, including social media campaigns. We saw that from the tech giants themselves. Twitter not publishing, taking down the New York Post tweet about the Hunter Biden hard drives, which was verified, which was, real information, and they censored them. Facebook did the same. Look at the censorship of us. Look at the censorship of other truth seekers, truth speakers out there in the world. So it's already happened from that standpoint, and I'm just scratching the surface here. And Cindy just sent me something. Do I need to jump on that right away or finish this up? Directing disinformation operations or conducting disruptive or destructive cyber attacks on state and local infrastructure. Okay. Disinformation operations we're seeing, right? And then the cyber attacks are from within Dominion. That's how easy it is. While at this time we have no evidence of a compromise or disruption to election infrastructure that would enable adversaries to prevent voting, change vote counts, or disrupt the ability to tally votes, we continue to vigilantly monitor any threats to U.S. elections. The U.S. government will defend our democracy and maintain transparency with the American public about our efforts. An informed public is a resilient public. Americans should go to trusted sources for bullshit. Okay? Bullshit. This is Homeland Security. Look how many of these people are now gone. Why? Because they're a part of it. And or they didn't do their job. because you have to be proactive in this situation. This was just a year before the election. And they're already starting to say how safe and how secure the election is. Where's the proof? Okay. And we've got this is the most corrupt election ever. Ever. Okay. What's this? Let's see. This is the dominoes are falling, folks. The dominoes are falling. Remember, the 5th of November, the day after the election. That was November 5th, the year prior. Watch California. Watch California, folks. That's what this is all about. Because California, that's why 17 talked about watch California, because California is going to blow it all open. Because people are going to feel like, oh, yeah, Minnesota could have gone, Wisconsin could have gone, Michigan could have gone, da-da-da-da-da. Nope, not California. If he wins California, folks, it's all over. It's all over.
Yeah, that's interesting. Might be that the distraction again with the cat with the red dot, the laser light.
Right.
Hey, look
All
over
these
here.
other
Look over
things.
here.
Meanwhile they're going after California. That was from Barb. Thank you, Barb. That's
That was
great
good,
stuff.
Barb.
Yeah, great thread.
That thing that Cindy did send you was from Vincent Kennedy, and it
Okay.
is something that we need to hear.
Okay. Awesome.
It's from it was 12 minutes ago when we saw it.
Awesome. Let's see. 18 minutes ago now. To those people, it's just, oh, yeah. Well, what I was going to do, the black and white, Kellyanne did something on that, and I was going to wait for her on this. Is this the black and white thing, right?
Well, this is, yeah, but
No.
it's a different.
Okay.
Just go.
Just read it.
To those people, it's just black and white. They will not just sit back. Expect more lockdowns. This Tucker strike will not go well for trucker strike. We've been on a Tucker strike tonight, but this is a trucker strike. Will not go well for anyone. Prepare for it. Food, water, necessities. Team up with some neighbors with a plan. Do not take anything for granted. Not trying to scare, just real. Yeah.
See, I'm thinking maybe he's hinting that that might be one of the times where they go dark.
Yeah.
Because if the truckers strike like they say they're going to do,
Yeah.
and we know that truckers love Trump and they're going to do what they're saying they're going to do, then everything stops.
Yeah.
You think the day without Mexicans, the show
Yep.
was bad. Just think about a day without truckers.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
it'd be in your best interest I wouldn't even push it to the 28th, but they're planning it on the 29th as we speak.
26th to the 29th. I believe. Enough is enough. This is the engagement of humanity. Go ahead, Todd. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to scare. I think he's trying to prepare.
Yeah.
And that's what our intention is. We've kind of, you could say we jumped the gun, but based on the information we had at the time, it was a more than logical conclusion where we'd been a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
But as we go farther and you see the severity of everything now, the election interference ramping up, and you see all of it all coming together along with the vaccinations and all that.
Yeah.
I think that puts us on a timeline now.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything is saying within 2 weeks, because if they're saying they're going to be rushing these vaccines that no one wants out in 2 weeks, that puts it in a timeline, in my mind anyway, that something's going to happen before the 2 weeks is up,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah.
the last thing I think you're going to see is people lined up at CVS to get a vaccine.
Right. Right.
I don't think it's going to reach that stage.
I don't either. I don't either. I think we're gonna be yeah, and we're gonna be fine. But folks, we've always talked about this. Be prepared. We should all be prepared for a natural disaster. If we're separated from food, we're separated from water. You got to stock up. Food, water, and weapons. Okay, and get trained on the weapons if you don't have them already, because otherwise you're just storing up food and water for the person on the block that's got a weapon and isn't prepared. Okay, that's just common sense. Um, and listen, lock your guns away. Pull them out when the shit hits the fan if you want. If you're really concerned about, certainly you've got small children, you've got to lock them up. You got to keep them really safe. You really got to you got to wrap your head around weapons. Like you got to really have them either sealed, away out of reach, out of possibility, or you have the people in your household that are aware of them and know how to operate them and know the severity and know the seriousness of them. But yeah, we got to be prepared. Cindy, that was awesome. That was important. That was really important.
No problem.
And yeah, the so this is what's going to happen. When's it going to happen? You know, we don't know. We're making guesses. Today could have been the Friday. Maybe it's not Friday. Maybe we're looking at it, maybe we're looking at it wrong. When the Trump tweet goes out, right, which was the 44, which I mentioned today. But they're all like, don't be the one walking into the ballroom saying, "I don't see dancing." Okay. All right. When you when you
Exactly.
when you see a stage up there, you see speakers, you see the musicians' instruments on their stands, you see maybe even tuning up, maybe they're playing a little music. You see the punch bowl, you see the photo booth, you see the streamers, the lights, the dance floor. That's what's happening right now. And guess what? We're in the final stages of that because the way we're seeing things unfold, everything that's unfolding is happening for a reason. It's happening in the way that it needs to happen, and we can't see that. Like we don't know, right? Um, um,
Well, and I keep referring back to that video I watched, and I'll have to post that on your page when I find
oh
it.
yeah, please do. Yeah.
Um, the end game of this is the ascension of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not just,
Yeah.
hey, we're gonna have a free country back and this and that. It's the total elevation of the world vibration. It's
Yeah.
becoming what
It's bigger than the
it's
election.
it's what we were intended to be throughout time.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to be slaves. Our generations have been slaves. Every war has been done to depopulate and to entertain the sick individuals in charge of this world.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you realize it on such a grand scale, it's not, you can't even get caught up about, the little things about the election. I mean, the biggest scandal in the world hasn't been revealed yet.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, just look at this. This was from a couple days ago, but we didn't cover this. The Florida police bus, large child sex trafficking network, charged nearly 180 individuals. Operation Stolen Innocence.
Yep.
Okay. And 106 people charged with felonies, 72 others charged with misdemeanors. The young girl who had been found in an online sex for pay ad helped investigators in their effort to bring defendants to justice. Ravel said the girl is on the road to recovery and doing well given the situation. 19 of these people are also facing federal charges. The investigation uncovered an enormous amount of electronic evidence that required months to evaluate. And so this wasn't happening. This wasn't happening 4 years ago, 5 years ago. That's what's important to understand here. It's
Hey,
hard
Dave.
to, yeah.
We have the Nat Geo on in the background, and
Mm-hmm.
they've been talking about the Kennedy and everything, but on the bottom right of the TV, it hasn't moved, and it's a new series I just wanted to tell you about. It's interesting timing. It says Trafficked with Mariana Van Zeller. It's a new series starting Wednesday, December 2nd. That's interesting.
Wow.
They've never done a series like that before, that's for sure.
Hell no. Wow.
And the interesting on the timing, December 2nd, so maybe that would be after a reveal, maybe? I don't know.
That's interesting. That's very
Mhm.
interesting. And again, for that to go mainstream, Cindy, that's big.
Yeah,
That's big.
absolutely.
And this channel has had the John F. Kennedy assassination and the Jack Ruby, all the black and white video of all the
Mhm.
events. It's been running it nonstop tonight. So if we just put it on in the background,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden this trafficking
That's wild.
thing comes up.
Now, what's important to understand is Nat Geo is National Geographic, and that is owned by Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the job of that show is going to be to show the look at this Salvadorian people behind in a cage here I'll bring that up. Tattoos, but they're trafficked. But they're going to show the people that are doing this at the boots on the ground. They're going to show the scumbags, the people that don't have families, or the people that are, they're going to show all the bad guys, all the boogeymen that we try to go to the suburbs to stay away from. Okay? But what Nat Geo's not going to show you is how many Disney execs have been sentenced, caught, tried, sentenced for pedophilia. And
It's getting in front of the story, isn't it, Dave?
Yep. And they're going to show
Because
they're going to be. Go ahead.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Speaking of show, I sent you a really important tweet that Sidney Powell did like an hour or 2 hours ago.
Okay.
It's really interesting, the wording that she put in there.
It's real interesting.
I mean, real interesting.
I think I may have seen that. Let me go to that right now.
Did you get your popcorn?
Do I need it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna need it.
So this is this the retweet?
No, it's Sydney.
Okay, so Sidney Powell responding to President Trump hasn't answered a question from reporters in 17 days.
No.
No.
Okay, let me.
I just sent it to you again so you know which one it is.
Sidney Powell
we need to verify too.
said he doesn't need to. He already decided to release the crack, and he can sit back with popcorn and watch the show. So she was replying to that.
I thought the words "sit back, watch with popcorn, and watch the show." I mean, that's what we keep hearing from the 17th letter.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show.
Exactly.
Watch the show.
Yep.
And she tagged, Dan Scavino, Rick Grinnell,
Yeah.
Lynn Wood, all of our favorites.
Yeah. General Flynn. and Maria Bartiromo. But that's the one. I was just saying that she was responding to Caitlin Collins. But is this the one that you wanted me to see, or do I still
Yeah.
need to find the one? Okay. Okay.
No, that's it.
No, that's
No,
huge.
when
That's huge.
yes, you should
That's huge.
sit back and watch the show.
He already
It's like,
decided to release the Kraken. He can sit back with popcorn and watch the show. There you go.
Get your popcorn ready.
There you go. Keck. There we go, folks. See, here's the thing. You know, look. I mean, just look at what we're doing here. Look at what we're hearing. We're hearing the people that have power saying the things we want them to say. Think about that for a second. How long has it been? For me, 14 years, where I've wanted the people in power to say the things that I wanted them to say and do the things that needed to be done. And we just talked about human trafficking. We just talked about this election. We just talked about the Kraken. This is the kind of stuff that we wanted to hear, but we're also seeing. Folks, remember, this is Sidney Powell. She's an attorney. Do you know how conservative attorneys are, especially at this level? They are extremely conservative. When I say conservative, I don't mean red versus blue. I'm talking about they don't say things that they can't back up, because they know that if they're right, then they're going to have the opportunity to back them up. And if they can't back them up, then they lose all credibility. And that's,
right. Even Lynn Wood, Dave, talk about a guy who's putting it out there.
Yep.
These people, if they failed in defending the president after saying what they've said, then where's their credibility for they're risking their careers for this?
Yeah. They're absolutely risking their careers. And look at Lynn Wood. Lynn Wood took on the Nick Sandmann case and said, we're going to sue CNN. We're going to sue Washington Post. We're going to sue. You know how many people laughed at Lynn Wood? Because they were still indoctrinated by what the mainstream media had shown. And then CNN had to settle. Washington Post had to settle. Okay. And then he takes on, Kyle Rittenhouse, when people were still trying to, if mob ruled, Nick Sandmann and Kyle Rittenhouse would have been hung. If you allowed that mob to get at those young men, the mob would have been, police, judge, and executioner within days, within hours. That's why you wait and you try it. That's why you wait and make sure that all the information is available. After seeing the footage of Nick Sandmann at the Lincoln Memorial, we were on his side, not the so-called, the Indian who was a former vet, okay, who was getting up in his face. If you saw this kid, carrying an AR-57, AR-15. I got it mixed up with my AK.
It was an AR-14, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that was good.
Nice,
Oh
I've been
nice,
saving that.
nice,
You've been
nice.
waiting to say that one, haven't you?
Yep. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on,
Come
man.
on, man.
Come on, man.
Guys, Todd and I go back to high school. I remember we used to go to the pool, and he used to rub the legs on my hair, on my leg, the legs on my hair. How
I
am I
might be
doing?
able to sleep tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. And he'd let him, and he'd watch him go back up, and I used to love Todd jumping on my lap.
Stop it.
and Dave
Stop, stop, stop.
and Dave called me corn pop.
Ew, no. You guys, oh my God.
I was corn pop, man.
Oh yeah. So
Blech.
he was a bad dude. He was a bad
Yeah,
dude.
Oh my God. No way.
so bad.
But we
You've been in the Kool-Aid tonight, guys.
no, I wish. So but the this is they would have seen Kyle Rittenhouse with the AR-15 and thought, oh, he killed these people. He's got to he's got to be tried. He's got to mob rule. Those boys are not treated well, folks. But because they have somebody like Lynn Wood, who's willing to risk his career and risk his reputation and step up and represent these young men, God bless you, Lynn Wood. And
No doubt.
and then he jumps in to the Trump campaign, the Trump legal team. Why? Because this man sees injustice, and he's a brave soul, as is Sidney Powell, as is Rudy for doing what he's doing, and so this is they're fighting the good fight, folks. General Flynn, look what he sacrificed. Look what General Flynn sacrificed, folks. I mean, it's just, and that was mob rule, and the mob had control. They had power, and they took that man out. And thank God for Donald Trump. Thank God for the strength of General Flynn and his family and the patriots who supported him and the Q team. Folks, this could have ended very, very badly for all of us. But there were many who sacrificed more than the rest of us. And so for those of you who are like, I need to see this, I need to see this, no, you don't get to ask for that kind of thing. You don't. You don't need to say, where the rest. You got people like General Flynn who have been to hell and back. They need to see this happen, and they will, and they're a part of it. So just, trust it, be patient, understand that there's so much going on behind the scenes here. The speaker's got to be hooked up, otherwise you're not going to hear the band. You're not going to enjoy your night. And we got to expose more and more people before this goes down.
Well, consider this, Dave. Do you think Trump, President Trump, is a patient man?
Oh my God.
How much do you think it's killing him not to be able to do this
Thank
faster?
you. Thank you for bringing that up. He's got the patience of Job. His family's attacked. His integrity is attacked on a daily basis. Daily.
I guarantee you he wants this over.
He made, he's the one that of all. I mean, it's like, come on, dude, we're pulling for you. We got your back here. But he keeps taking hits over and over and over again for us.
Yep.
I mean,
could you
it's
imagine
really amazing.
every morning when you wake up, you stretch, you get out of bed, and then you think, oh my God, I've got 3 press conferences and I've got to talk to this media, deal with and not lose my mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, every day, get up again. It's Groundhog Day for him. It was Groundhog Day to go get beat up and lied about and called names and everything in the book.
Every day.
And, and be physically, I mean, I don't care who you are. There had to be, some pretty scary moments to be President Trump when you're taking on what he's taken on.
Absolutely.
Yep.
He's not strolling through this thinking, oh yeah, we got this plan and it's going to, there had to be doubts. There had to be, times where he just was like, send in the clone. I don't want to do this.
Right.
I want to lay in my med bed.
Yep. Yep.
I want to play golf. Just let me play golf one time.
Yep.
God, could you imagine? I mean,
Well,
Just imagine he's gone through, almost 5 years of this now.
yeah. Think about what he knows, Todd.
Oh my God.
All right. I mean, think about that because you know
Wouldn't it be
what?
nice just to have a dinner with them one
Well,
night?
well,
Oh,
there was a
yeah.
hint,
Oh, by the way,
when Don Jr. interviewed him on that show, and Don Jr. asked him if he'll ever reveal, some of the secrets like of Area 51,
uh-huh. Yeah.
and he kind of gave a funny little look, and he said, "Oh, I don't know anything about that," or something like that. And I was just like, "Oh, come on!" The first thing you did is you went and grabbed that book that they passed down from president to president, and it has all the
Mm-hmm.
secrets in it.
Right, right, right.
He was probably up late the first night when he got his
Mm-hmm.
hands on that thing, going, "Oh my God, you know,
Yep.
we got that."
Yep. Yep. Um, yeah. The thing about President Trump is when you know what he knows, excuse me, and you know that you're going to awaken the planet to it, and you know that you're going to save the planet from the evil cabal, you're literally Iron Man. Like you are literally a superhero. Like these Marvel movies, these movies that show these heroes doing amazing things. This is superhero work right here that he's doing, and he will go down as not just the greatest president who ever lived, but the greatest leader who ever lived, and certainly one of the greatest men, humans who ever lived. And you could take all of his discretions, cheating on wives, whatever, divorcing wives to, when they're getting older, before the prenup is, kicked in, and whatever. Take his language, take his words, take his verbiage, take his actions against maybe people, and take it all, and it will be eclipsed by what he's done over the past 3.5 years and what he's going to do over the next 4 years, especially when it comes to freeing humanity from our captors. That's what's real. And so when you know that you're doing that, when you see the end, and when you've already seen the end, because your Uncle John, because of Yellow Cube, because of Project Looking Glass. When you know this, it's easy to be patient. Todd and I are pretty patient. Cindy, I think too. We're pretty patient. Why? Because we know we got this, and it's going to happen. We just don't know when. When it's delayed, it's not like, will this ever happen? No, it's something happened, or they're going to delay, do it this way or that way or this way. But because everything we see leading up to it, we are paying attention to, and we're telling you about. We know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. We see the active shooter in the mall in Wisconsin. Injures 8 people. Suburb of Milwaukee. A Trump rally was set to take place tomorrow, 11:21, 11 a.m. Today was a double number, right? 44 went down to 44. The cabal uses double numbers quite a bit. And it was the MAGA rally was scheduled for November 21st, tomorrow, at the Mayfair Mall. And they got out ahead of that, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. And the event was going to be put on by, had a photo of David Clark, a strong Trump supporter, and says building critical mass for a march on the Supreme Court. So they got out ahead of that one, folks, right? They're still doing some of it, but 8 people injured. I don't think anybody was killed. Thank God for that. Thanks for dropping that, Dana. So I want to go over the black and white thing, and I think we might have lost Kellyanne for the night. But if not, please call in. But I'd have you dug into that at all, Bud?
Not any more than we've done.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to.
Chessboard.
Yeah, you know, the chessboard, all the relations to the dark to light, the you know, it's even been referenced to war news.
Right.
You know, there's just
Right.
so many references, black and white.
Yeah. This is a pretty good one here. This is the this is predicting the shutdown Delta. So this is the beginning is near. By the way, I want to thank. I think this was let's see,
Was that Chris again?
32 Straws.
Oh, cool.
Sent this. So 32 Straws from who does some troll bouncing on Twitch for us. Thank you.
Cool.
And so this is the D5 that Kellyanne mentioned last night on the chessboard, right? So the beginning is near. This is the Red Pill Project. And Sidney Powell says we will prove case within next 2 weeks. Okay. 2-year delta today for Q2494. All right. D, December 5th, D5. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. December 5th is 2 weeks away, 13 days. Excuse me. This is what we have been waiting for the whole time. This is the I think it's going to take me to the drop. And we'll see 2494. December 5th, nothing can stop what's happening. D5, nothing. The election was not about fixing the economy, trade, borders, military, protecting our children, etc. Also, another corrupt politician or insider can simply undo it. Band-Aid. This was not simply another 4-year election, but a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. Panic in D.C. This was November 20th, 2018. Okay, 2-year delta from today. Okay, very, very significant. And then this is the start date. Okay, 11/20/2020, 13 days, which is basically 2 weeks. Okay, within 2 weeks, she said. All right. And then the 2-year delta. And this was the video that will get Donald Trump elected. This was the video. I won't play it because we're having the sound issues, but you guys know it. It's a really fabulous video of President Trump.
Now, wasn't that the same one that I hit a delta on and went to that just last week?
Let me think about this.
That sounds very familiar.
I know we've gone here. I don't think it was last week. I know we've gone here, and it was. I want to say it was a while ago, before the election. But I know we definitely got there somewhere.
the video that will get Trump elected was part of Delta I did last week. It may not have been the same post.
Right, right. I think it was. I think it was a different one, but that would be interesting to see what post that was. If you guys remember Todd doing that, can you drop that info? What is the
What's the number on that, Dave?
what is the reference to a delta? Sherry asks. The reference to a delta, Sherry, is that there's a there are two there like today's November 20th, 2020. November 20th, 2018 is a 2-year delta. So it's just a distance. The number on that is, let's see, 2494. And by the way, that the link to the hill in this post was, and let me go to Q apps here. Let me get rid of this, a few things here. And what did I say? 2434? 2494. Okay. So the 2494, the link to the Hill article is the House GOP to hold hearing into DOJ's probe of the Clinton Foundation. Okay, it's Mark Meadows, whose power is growing in the House, by the way. And so that's, this is very significant, obviously, HRC. December 5th, D5 could be what that means, which it looks like with this post, right? And then let me see. Let me clear that out. And what's the Newsmax? That's when we'll prove the case within the next 2 weeks in court. That was when she said that. So the D5 significance, folks, is that what we've gone over with the chessboard on where the chessboard was on the, and let me make sure that I've got the right one. Maybe mirror, Kathy asks. And so, holy shit, 2 weeks from today is December 5th. It's coming. Shutdown Delta is on December 6th. Okay. Now, what's this shutdown Delta mean? I'll show you that in a second. But does this mean 0 day December 5th is the 11/4 marker? Wow. Trump's presser uploaded today was 23 minutes, 33 seconds. Post 2333 pulls up. Well, let's pull up 2333. 282. Why are we on 282? I'm trying to remember. Okay. So the December, let me go to, it's July. Okay, let's go to within 2 weeks. That means December 5th is 0 day. Proof before D5 within 2 weeks. Q4587 D5 equals 0 day. Q282. So let's go to these. And this is what I just went over with you. And now let's show this one. The COVID-19 narrative kill date, election day +1. Prepare for 0 day massive cyber power attacks attempts on 11/4. Okay. And 282, watch the news, leakers exposed. These people are stupid. I have a question. The 10 days darkness, when? Shutdown is the answer. Shutdown. So 17 is saying, watch the news, leakers exposed. These people are stupid. Okay. And then I have a question that 10 Days Darkness when? Shutdown. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Okay. Let me see. Carl's got something here. Dave, Trump, last 3 tweets were done in under 90 seconds. Check the chat for the link. Messenger won't let me send it. Drop timestamp links in chat. Did you hear that, Todd?
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I
interesting.
heard it.
Last 3 tweets were done in under 90 seconds. Okay. Drop timestamps links in chat. Let's see if I can find that. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, remember how we were talking the other night? It just dawned on me that we started to hit some 1-year deltas again.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did a 1-year delta from tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty good.
Awesome. Hold on one sec.
Wow.
Wow, these timestamps are holy shit. This is unbelievable. Okay, hold on. Let me go to so I don't get you guys all excited. Let me go to this. All right, Todd, hold on. Let me go to the this. Let me go to. I'm going to open up another one. Q apps, Q alerts. Sorry. Come on now, come on
Wow.
now, everybody, get together. Wanna love one another right now. All right.
Holy crap.
All right, I'm going to November. So here we're doing November 21st. Did you say 2-year or one?
I did a 1-year because that's been hitting.
Yeah. November 21st, 2019, folks. Let me pull it up for you here. And November 21st, is there one? There's several. Okay, wow.
Well, work from the bottom up.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So this is tomorrow's delta, folks. So this is what we look for. We look to what's happening tomorrow because we know that 17 was talking to us about tomorrow 2 years ago. All right. All right. Number the first one. Wow. November 21st, 2019. What happens when 90% of the media? I tell you what, let me let you read that one. Can you do that one?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Here's Todd, guys.
If they can hear me all right.
Oh, I think they can.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is November 21st, 2019 at 5 p.m. and 19 seconds Eastern time. What happens when 90% of the media is controlled, owned by 6 corporations? What happens when those same corporations are operated and controlled by a political ideology? What happens when the news is no longer free from bias? What happens when the news is no longer reliable or independent? What happens when the news is no longer trustworthy? What happens when the news simply becomes an extension arm of a political party? Fact becomes fiction, fiction becomes fact. When does news become propaganda? Identity creation? How does the average person who is under constant financial stress by design find time to research and discern fact versus fiction? Majority of the people are prone to believe someone in power sitting behind a big brand news name. Do people, human psyche, tend to follow the majority mainstream viewpoint in fear of being isolated and or shunned? Mainstream is used for a reason. Dominate trend in opinion. If majority of the people believe X, then X must be validated true. Why do mainstream media heads within different orgs always use the same keywords and or catchphrases. Coordinated by who? Outside entity providing instructions? Do they count on the fact that people, human psyche, are more prone to believe something if heard over and over again by different trusted sources? Do echo chamber tactics provide validation, credibility to the topic point being discussed? Threat to intellectual freedom? Who would control over of these institutions, organizations allow for the mass control of a population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? Read again, digest. Would control over of these institutions, organizations allow for the mass control of a population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? Logical thinking. Why, after the election of 2016, did the D's and Media Corps jumpstart a coordinated and planned divisive blitz intended to create falsehoods regarding illegitimacy of election, character assassination of POTUS through sexism, racism, every other ism, pre-post 2016 election? Why were violent mass terror organizations such as Antifa immediately created, funded? Why were these orgs tasked with immediate intimidation, shutdown of any pro-POTUS rally and or events? Why were marches immediately organized to counter and silence pro-POTUS rallies and or events? Why were marches immediately organized which divided people into sex, gender, race, ism? When you control the levers of news dissemination, you control the narrative. Control of the narrative equals power. When you're blind, what do you see? They want you divided, divided by religion, divided by sex, divided by political affiliation, divided by class. When you are divided and angry and controlled, you target those different from you and not those responsible controllers. Divided, you are weak. Divided, you pose no threat to their control. When non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat to those who attempt to control the narrative and or stable livestock kept sheep. When you are awake, you stand on the outside of the stable, groupthink, collective, and have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, empiricism, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. Q. Wow. Sound kind of like what we're going through, peeps?
That is,
90% of the media.
yeah, that is the indoctrination.
That is, by definition, what this show you invented is all about.
And we are there at the end. We are awake. We, Snedheads, stand on the outside of the stable, groupthink collective, and have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, and empiricism rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma.
Wow.
Todd, I think that was an important delta.
No, it's just an accident, Dave.
Yeah. November 21st, 2019, folks. This was a year ago. How much is this being are we seeing right now, like Todd said? It's really, really, really remarkable how spot on this is, how absolutely imperative it is for us to understand that we are witnessing something very, very special. Something very, very special. And because this was such a big topic earlier, okay, and 17 is talking about this, what's happening, I want to bring this one up from Barb. This is November. This is a 1-year delta from today, and it is 3608. And now, this picture of Tucker Carlson was not in the 17 drop, but just let me read this really quick. All assets, foreign and domestic, being deployed. Some who once supported POTUS, sleepers, will turn, puppets and puppet masters. Control of narrative equals control of public opinion. Control of public opinion equals power. Everything is at stake. Old guard power structure being destroyed. Washington Civil War, control the narrative. Previous exposure of truth. Self-preservation. Fighting for survival. Information warfare. Who did we just see turn? This is 17 a year ago saying this. Some who once supported POTUS. Because now it's coming down to the wire, so even the controlled opposition must turn on him. Because they need the full tide. They need the full wave to knock him out. Thank you for sharing that, Barb. You're rocking it tonight.
Wow.
And, this is, so this is, I want to go, so by the way, just finishing on that, 1-year delta, okay,
They're incredible.
It gets into, this is a Twitter, this is information warfare from a year ago, okay? And this is the second drop from that day. This tweet is from a suspended account. What a shocker.
Of course it is.
Okay. But let's go to this next one. Okay, I'm sure this will be fine. 3615. This will be fine. We'll read this one. This is a gentleman, okay, by the name of G. Edward Griffin, who I have actually reached out to about being on the show, and I think he's going to be on the show. Let me play this for you. I'm sorry if the sound is going to be a little
The
off.
following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind. In 1943...
That echoes a lot of fun, isn't it? So that's G. Edward Griffin. The Great Awakening. You are the news now. Handle with care. Saw this on the way home today, coming home from Chicago during rush hour. Amazing how many people honked. Media is complicit. Treason. Q. Awesome.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. Um,
God, that's awesome.
and I can't show that because that would be a violation.
I
The
think the handle with care is a warning for us, just like we try to, like we try to not tell people who to follow, who to believe, who not to believe, but we warn them.
right,
Kind of like I was warning that I didn't trust certain actors, but I have no, I always say that it's speculation, but I have a hard time trusting.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and until they earn my trust and do something, then, Barr in particular.
Well, shouldn't that be the case with everybody we meet? But they try to make, these people seem more credible than they may be.
Right. They've been fighting for us the whole time. They've been fighting for Trump the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you find out they've been fighting just enough to make you believe that they're fighting.
Right, right. What? Because why? It's. I'm forgetting the exact term for what I'm about to say, but Todd, if I, tell you about this golf course and I rave about this golf course, it's like, dude, we got to go play this course. It's unbelievable. Da da da. It's fun, and but you have somebody else say, we're in a group, and somebody else says, "Oh, I hate that course." It da 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 ba, and you're like, "Yeah, he probably had a bad round there, right?" Right?
Yeah, that happens all the time, actually.
Yeah, right. And so, but I'm raving about it, right? And then, like, a couple weeks later, a month later, I'm like, dude, that course, we can't go there. And you're like, why? And you lean in because you're like, well, why did the guy who's raving about it say that we can't go there? And it might be something like, oh, they got a new groundskeeper, dude. They're not keeping the greens up. They're doing this, they're doing that. The whole placement is horrendous because it's just But I'm talking with facts, evidence, and experience, right? And so you're going to
Right.
listen to me more because I've gained credibility because I once raved about this place, but then gave you specific reasons why it's fallen off.
Yep.
That's the controlled opposition. Trump, you got to follow Trump, man. He's kicking butt. Look at what he's doing. Trump is doing this. Trump is awesome. He's done, wow, boom, 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 boom. Wait a minute. Your top lawyer's not going to give me the. I offered a whole hour. I offered to give you the whole hour to come on and tell us what you have, and you won't give us any
Right.
evidence. That guy, people are actually listening to Tucker Carlson discredit Trump, discredit the fight for the election, and try to discredit his top lawyer. Why?
Well, it peels off a certain percentage of our group that they want to divide.
Exactly. The division that
Yep.
17 just told us about, the division. That's the power of controlled opposition, folks, because they call in the controlled opposition when they really need it. The controlled opposition, if you're thinking about pitching and baseball, is the closer.
Yep. Absolutely.
News
Someone
on.
that's been fighting for the president for 4 years all of a sudden says, "Man, it's time to give up."
Yep.
This
Yep.
is, we just can't do this anymore. We
Yep.
can't placate his ego.
And look at all those outside of the mainstream media that people follow. That
Yep.
oh, pro Trump, but I don't see any arrests. We're out of
Yep.
here. This should have happened a long time ago. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Yeah, sure. I don't see anything. You don't see anything? Why don't you open your eyes and take your head out of your ass? Because you
My
can't.
thinking.
Because you can't just open your eyes because it'll still be darkness. You actually have to grab your hair and pull your head out of your ass, wash off your eyes, then open them and look around, and you will see the band is ready to play. News unlocks. You have more than you know. FBI 302's modified. We knew this a long time ago. Payne, House of Cards. 17. By the way, 302s, folks, are the FBI's notes that they take after an interrogation, after a conversation with a potential suspect. Chain of command, chain of custody. Pence, COS plus wife. FBI 302s, FISA, spy, Flynn, will newly discovered evidence, AG Barr, Southern District of New York, free Flynn, which is the 302s that they lost the 302s when it comes to the interview with Flynn. And that the FBI texts show agents discussed recruiting White House sources to spy for the Bureau. And then you have, by the way, I didn't get all that. There was another part to that, and this is the official interview records modified for political purposes. Reread drops regarding 302 mod, DOJ forced to supply. Rod Rosenstein, fireworks, rank and file, terrifying as I'm sorry, folks. I thought you were with me. My bad. Rank and file testifying as informants. Hussein, White House senior staffer on record. Payne, House of Cards. These people are sick. Doctors treating. 17. This was 20. June 2018. What facts exist to impeach? House report POTUS, no evidence of collusion. Mueller report will contradict per Brennan tweet today. Disconnect exists. Republicans, Democrats negative for POTUS. Insurance policy. Comey release of memos to obtain. Look at the detail. Look at the detail of what is being exposed here. Do you think this is some kind of a psyop? Do you think this is some kind of a thing to throw us off course, to get us focused on the wrong thing? No, we've got the mainstream media for that. This is helping us to zero in on what we should really be zeroing in on. Number 2, SP302 mod. Fusion GPS, the Brits, raw intel, dossier, Five Eyes. Folks, Google, DNC rigging superdelegates, funding voter rolls, folks. Okay? That's an issue right now. We just went over that with Tom Fitton.
Yep.
All right? Election voter fraud. CIA, DNI, FBI, DOJ, Secretary of State, President. Folks, we just read that letter written by the heads of all those departments that aren't there or won't be there or have to step up or won't be there in terms of righting this wrong, righting the ship of this listing capsized election. More than you can imagine regarding HRC insurance, when, why, cover, remainder illegal acts, confused, SC targeting who, special counsel targeting who, special counsel on team, special counsel off team, questions reveal answers, time will tell. This special counsel has been discredited, folks, significantly. November 21st, 2019, how do you walk back the entire Russian hoax? If you are CNN, you ask Pete Barr, here is his take on the latest investigation. It's only a minute 21. Let's listen in.
Let me bring Preet Bharara, the former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. What's your reaction?
Well, that's kind of an alarming bit of news. Obviously, based on what Evan is saying, there's a lot we don't know. But given the description he has provided, if there was an FBI agent sworn to uphold the Constitution who can be proven to have altered a document in connection with a legal proceeding, including the obtaining of a FISA warrant, that's really serious. It doesn't get a lot more serious than that. I'd like to know the details of what the nature of the change was, if there's a mistake in some way. Based on that reporting, it doesn't sound like it was. I want to keep an open mind about it, but that's not a good thing. It's a terrible thing. Law enforcement agents and prosecutors who work with them are sworn to uphold the Constitution, sure, but actually even exceed the protections in the Constitution. They have to be of the utmost integrity and the utmost candor, and especially you're making a representation of the court, which is what a FISA application is. It's got to be on the up and up. And I know there's been a lot of political fighting about whether or not there was proper candor, and there was this back and forth with the House, within the House Intelligence Committee, when the positions were reversed between Devin Nunes and Adam Schiff, and that looked like a lot of politics. This particular thing that Evan Perez has just broken the story on does sound serious.
Interesting
Let me bring Preet Bharara,
that
former
and his whoa, sorry guys. All right, sorry for the sound again, but it's unavoidable right now. Hopefully Eric and I'll be able to fix it for the next broadcast. So this was a year ago, and this is all happening because that was illegally done. This ties right into the FISA, okay? So this is huge. We got a lot of drops here. Holy cow, from 21st for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be big, guys. Tomorrow's going to be big.
Why did Trump say FISA today? Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Why did he 3618? Look who he's using there as a reference. Code Monkey.
Yeah.
That's rather interesting, isn't it, Dave?
This is yeah. This is wow.
Code Monkey.
Dude, are you serious?
Yeah.
So
the last 3619 was Code Monkey too.
There's this, folks, we've been talking to you about Code Monkey. I reached out to him. Let me see if this is from him. No, it's not. Sorry. It's from Tracy. But Code Monkey is legit, and he's an admin on 8kun. His father created 8chan. There's a scheduled SALT rotation for this coming Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a routine procedure. When it happens, bans are reset, post histories start fresh, and secure trip codes change. So the question...
Trip codes.
Yeah. Trip test, right? What's this saying to you?
Well, I think some of this, they're obviously talking about their channel and what they had to do to maintain some of the things, I believe. Assault rotation, fixed quality of life bugs. So
Mm-hmm.
they were probably making patches, so that people couldn't hack in. They're constantly playing defense.
Right. The keep.
Finished board migration. They were probably going
Yeah.
from 4chan to 8kun or 8chan.
Yeah.
Internet security product. Internet, yeah. But where it gets me is some of the verbiage sounds like something that you might do with an election machine that's having software. You know what I'm saying? It kind of fits
Mm-hmm.
Code Monkeys trying to help the president
Yeah.
through his people.
Yeah.
Reaching out to Devin Nunes, reaching out to Chanel Rion,
Yeah.
and all these people to help him with these machines that were rigged for the election.
Yeah. 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 A platform is not fully functional, stable. Pick uploads not secure, functional. Suggest update delay to prevent identification, recheck, guarding trip update failure until platform stabilize. So basically, 17 is in understanding of what Code Monkey is telling us about the platform, and is warning it's not ready yet.
Images that are served in via Toronto, TORs, Toronto broke yesterday. Um, Dominion was a Canadian company.
Yes. What about
Toronto.
where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in 3619 down about halfway through the
Oh,
post.
yeah. So you're reading ahead. Um,
Sorry, I had to.
so this is a retweet of Code Monkey and retweet of the one right before it, or a repost. I'm sorry. Images. It's not a tweet. Images that are served via Tor broke yesterday. Now Tor is a browser that is a browser that you can download, and you can't track it, right? But also double meaning
Yep.
Toronto. That's where Dominion's from. Good call. We are checking why and should have it fixed up soon. Go ahead, continue reading, please.
Caching is still a bit buggy, and likewise, we should have that fixed up soon. I will do my best to have these things fixed up before the end of the weekend. So he's given a time frame too.
Yeah.
If we were to use double meaning and intention, this could have been something he was working on at the time, but it also could be very easily moved to. Uh, in fact, I believe he's got an interview tomorrow with, I believe it's Chanel Rion from OAN.
Mm-hmm.
So fixed up before the end of the weekend, maybe he's going to break something there. An easy way to verify yourself after the upcoming SALT rotation is migrate Patriots Fight before the rotation. Post with current trip code on Patriots Fight. After SALT rotation, post with new trip code on Patriots Fight. How many times have we heard General Flynn or 17 say Patriots Fight?
Yeah. Yep.
Q
Absolutely.
Research BO adds your updated trip code to the Q Research whitelist. Barack Obama.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow. This is
Let me know if you want to migrate Patriots Fight. The login credentials will be same as back in August, and you can log in via Tor at this URL
wow.
or via ClearNet at this URL. Salt is another word that's sticking out to me. What do you call somebody who's like done? You say they're salt. those people are salt.
In what way? Like done how? Like over?
Yeah, like
Salty to me is seasoned or weathered.
well, that's I think salt is like finished. Um, I wonder if that would be in the Urban Dictionary. Is that if I said that guy's salt, that means he's done.
We'll pull that up later.
Um, the salt rotation is an important maintenance task and will help improve overall site stability. Our current task to get back to full stability, zero, they start with zero. Salt rotation. 1. Fix quality of life bugs, caching, images, etc. 2. Launch Project Odin, checkmate, against deplatforming. Checkmate. We were just talking about
D5.
chess. Wow. 3. Finish board migration. 4. Migrate to a new ISP currently being set up. Will improve site access speeds and stability. 5. Bring back board creation with a simple vetting process. 6. Install a new CAPTCHA system that we're building. CAPTCHA. Huh. Wonder what they were capturing, Dave.
Interesting. Yeah.
They were capturing anybody messing around in the system.
Yep.
Um,
By the way, I think it was it Brent that just said the Dead Sea is filled with salt. Right.
uh-huh.
It's
Yep.
dead because of the salt, because nothing can live in salt.
Mm-hmm. And then 7, extinguish fires that pop up. So extinguishing fires would maybe be like people that maybe started to riot or, to be put down insurrection.
Yeah. I thought of just something that came to me. I just want to put it out there in case it sparks any thought. But I thought salt, and then I thought salt and pepper, and I thought dark to light.
Yep.
I thought pepper, and then I thought of Hopper, the supercomputer, and I changed. Well, it's Hopper, not Pepper or Popper. And then I thought, well, that's H and a P. And I thought HP, which are the creators of the Cray supercomputers, which is the Hopper. Follow the White Rabbit. Following the White Rabbit is the Alice supercomputer in England, and then beyond that, possibly another Alice in Wonderland, which is Saudi Arabia, which Kellyanne was talking about last night, thinking that they probably had one down there. So, at any rate, I just that kind of like a flow of consciousness there.
That was good, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
That was pretty good. Spur of the moment. You didn't even have to cheat or anything.
Yeah. Oh, I had
Did you write that? Did you write that down?
No, I just did verbally. I just wrote that.
You got somebody taking dictation.
Unfortunately, I had to tune you out for that. that was easy though.
Damn. This is huge.
Yeah, dude, this is unbelievable. So go ahead, please continue with the Q response to all this. By the way, which is what would you say all this was? Would you this sounds to me like it's Code Monkey communicating. By the way, Code Monkey, CM, Chris Miller, is communicating what has to be done to the servers to prepare for the continuation of the drops to be anonymous, and the continuation of other people, the anons, to be anonymous,
Yes.
and also quite possibly um, taking us down a pathway of of double meaning.
Yes, definitely. And the timing of it all. I mean,
Yeah.
were we talking about Code Monkey back then? Maybe, we might have been, but
Mm-hmm.
it's funny that a year ago on the Delta, we're talking about Code
Yeah.
Monkey possibly helping with the election interference
Yeah.
and being basically a star witness.
Yeah.
That guy, he can probably, do things with a computer that we couldn't even dream about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
to be this far ahead of the game, and it's just not a coincidence. You can't tell me,
No.
how many guys write code, how many
Oh.
guys
Yeah.
can do this stuff. There's a lot of guys that can do this, you
Yeah.
know, but for his name to pop up specifically on a 1 year Delta when he's talking about helping the president's team with these voter machines,
Mm-hmm.
you can't tell me this is an accident. Don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
like we have to stretch, we're not stretching to get
No.
there.
No. 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 Um. Yeah.
So
So finish.
/PF
Yeah.
/ the first thing that comes off me was kind of like Pfizer.
Oh, interesting.
It just feels like that's, but I don't know what the true meaning of PF
Yeah.
bracketed like that.
Right.
Um,
PF. Okay. Go ahead.
so if you were to think it was Pfizer was taken down, cleared of content, kind of goes along with what he was talking about in his speech today, where he kind of took him down in a way as to say, isn't it funny that they come out with their vaccines a week after the election?
Yeah.
That's a way of kind of taking them down a notch. Um, saying that they held it up and didn't want to give him credit
Yeah.
for being the one that pushed for warp speed.
Right.
So you're kind of almost unlocking the code as we're going along now,
Mm-hmm.
but literally it says PF was taken down, cleared of content just prior to platform term specific reason. National security charter prevents use of keys to establish IDEN via public utility domain. Non-reg. Formation of clean board possible to lock in trips greater than issues with safeguards. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah.
I mean, you can hear the double speak, can't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. Yeah. You really can. And yet, so much of it, to think of it as doublespeak means that it has to have a first meaning, and that's way above our heads.
Right.
And then the second meaning we've kind of got, somewhat of a handle on. Um, you know, yeah.
Could it be Pfizer was taken down, cleared of content, meaning they're not going to allow the vaccination just prior to
Mm-hmm.
platform? Term specific reason would be that it's not healthy for us.
Yeah.
National
Yeah.
security charter prevents use of keys. Now, the way I'm understanding it is these vaccines have codes in each syringe that
Yeah.
correlate with the dose. So would that be a key to establish
Identification.
identification?
Yeah.
That would be your ID. That would be your COVID. That would be your certificate of identification.
Yeah.
That would be definitely what I would think that would be.
Nice.
Formation of clean board possible to lock in trips. Issues with safeguards. Okay, so issues with safeguards would be the vaccine's not safe, so they're not going to use it. So they're going to clear the board.
Yeah.
They're going to clear out all of the. They're not going to have the vaccine. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. I mean, I guess you could go.
Here's another way. Go ahead.
You could go a bunch of different ways on this, but that I kind of just go with my gut, my first instinct.
Public figure was taken down, cleared of content just prior to platform. So taking out these public, for obvious reasons, public figures. National Security Charter prevents use of keys to establish identity, and also, to establish the identity of the people that they're going after via public utility domain could be the EMS to communicate to us. Formation of clean board possible to lock in trips, meaning they're cleaning house and locking in trips to Gitmo and issues with safeguards. So it could be a lot of different things, but I think the most important thing, folks, for you guys that are dozing off right now, is to just get a handle on thinking outside the box. And it's a lot of fun, and it's sending us in some pretty cool directions in the past, as you've seen, and it's doing so right now.
Well, Dave, you know where it says National Security Charter prevents the use of keys to establish identification via public utility domain. 17 also said that they wouldn't be able to take out the foreign leaders, and that might be like part of the National Security Charter that prevents.
Prevents them from exposing some of the foreign leaders. Excuse me.
Because then basically you'd have anarchy within the war. I mean, if you started popping off foreign leaders, just grabbing them because they're criminals.
Right.
I don't know. That's really cool, though. That's really. I guarantee you that meant something in the day, and it means something today.
Yeah. So all of that information that we just that Todd just read, then the next is in the next drop, but this link to BBC News Technology, publicly known, think non-public, access granted, and this is a PGP encrypting software. And widely used for encrypting emails, has been found to suffer from a serious vulnerability. So these encrypted emails that people are using that think they're secure, that they have found chinks in the armor. And so you've got a problem if you're trying to communicate privately and you're not. This PG also throws a large warning message if an MDC indicates a message has been modified. In both cases, if your email client respects this warning and does the right thing, namely not showing you the email, then you are completely protected from the e-fail attack. As 9, it's just a modern spin on something we started defending almost 20 years ago, defending against almost 20 years ago. If you're worried about the e-fail attack, upgrade to the latest version of GNUPG and check with your email plugin vendor to see if they handle MDC errors correctly. Most do. 10. So that was 9 and then 10. So people don't use it for fun. People who use it have real secrets, like business secrets or confidential things. Okay. So what is 17 telling us here? Is this publicly known? No, probably not. If it's not publicly known, then people are going to continue to use it. So think non-public. And they know. The access granted allows the 17 team and Patriots to tap into a network of communication that the communicators feel is safe. And that's the bottom line. And it's not. And they're able to follow it. And they're able to, gain access to their communications, which are not meant to be heard by anybody else. And so it's good stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. And I want to go to did you have something else that was a wow, or our realization of what we're seeing there?
I'm trying to do the math, but yeah. Whoa. 2039. Hold on, I gotta check this out.
So while you're checking that out, let me go to Carl's links to POTUS's timestamps. 42, 14, 42. So he went from 42,
Wow.
42, 14 to 43, 19. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
I got another hit, Dave.
Okay. Better be good.
Since 3620 and 3619 are identical posts other than the fact that one part was added to another.
Right.
See, they're one post apart, but they're almost identical for the content.
Yeah.
Look at the time. Look at the time on November 21st, 2019, for 3619. Look at the original post time of 9/16/49.
All right. So we're back on the 20th, yeah?
The 21st, the 2-year, the 1-year delta we just did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
November 20th, 2019. And we are
November 21st.
21st.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
This is tomorrow's deltas I was doing, which is really today now.
Yeah. What did I miss? All right. Why am I missing November 20? Why did I miss these November 20th? Control of the narrative. Control of I'm tired. All right, I missed a couple things with the Clinton Foundation. Yeah, but I want to say, in Chairman Graham, it's time. The Senate was the target. All right, so which one am I going to? I'm sorry.
The last two posts, the 3619 and the 3620.
Yeah, 21st. Yeah.
The deltas on the original posts and the deltas on the repops are the same delta time difference. 2039.
Really?
Identical pops twice. Yes.
Okay, so to let people know that we're talking about this 939 to 1018 is the same as the 1018 to the 1248. Is that right? No.
The 939.58 and the 916.49
all down
is the
here.
same.
Down here.
Is the same as the
1018.
1248.42 and the 1018.33.
Wow.
Those are identical.
Nice
double
catch.
delta.
Nice catch. Okay.
So that's 2039. That's the delta differential between those two.
So we go to 2039. Wait a minute. Where am I? Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Holy shit. This is cool.
Wow. So that delta takes us to August 31st, 2018. American flag, where we go one, we go all. We the people, from sea to shining sea. Let freedom ring, patriots. It's your time. If America falls, the world falls. United we stand. God bless you all. Q+. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Always reassurance.
Yeah, they always give you that little boom, you're doing the right thing.
Yep. And to pump you up, to make you realize what this is all for.
Well, they know it's rough on us too.
Yeah, absolutely. And they need it. Folks, you've had people in your life that you've needed, yeah? And you absolutely need to keep them involved, keep them engaged, keep them motivated. Okay?
Well, yeah, because if we get demoralized, you know, what does a demoralized army do?
Yeah, they
they don't fight. They don't fight the same.
Nope, they don't fight the same. They fight amongst themselves because they're discouraged. They fight against they lose faith in the leaders.
Exactly. This is a spiritual battle and it's a digital war.
Yeah.
So, this is where we're at. This is the only way we can navigate really through it.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine not having this information?
Hell no. I would have been in bad shape.
I'd be freaking out.
Yeah. I'd be boarding up my windows.
But how many times have we been reconfirmed, that we're doing the right thing?
Multiple times. I'm gonna pull up real Donald Trump's Twitter, and then we're gonna follow down Carl's ideas here. This is his last 3 tweets.
Cool.
Brazilian journalist discusses connection between rigged elections and Dominion voting machines. This was 6 hours ago. Okay. I just said about Brazil last night. I don't think anybody was talking about Brazil. And I said that we're going to find out that these elections have been absolutely, stolen around the world, not just the United States, everywhere where the Dominion is.
That's what locks in the worldwide connection for the
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Snedheads
Good
that are
call.
in other countries.
Yep.
This is coming your way.
Yep. And this is how we put our people in place. This is GOP author, election integrity cannot be ignored. And I'll, this is important. I'm not going to show this, but you guys check out President Trump's tweets. But one of the things I failed to mention is that Munchin is he let me pull him up.
Did you call him Munchin?
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, that's great.
I need to be, dude. I need to be munching. I'm hungry. I didn't have dinner. So Mnuchin.
The Munchkin.
Mnuchin. And
Who, if you look base where he came from, Goldman Sachs,
yeah,
kind of scares me a little bit.
I know. So the he rejected renewal of some federal emergency lending programs. He's basically it's a long story, but there are a couple things that are going on. But he's asking the Fed to return money to the Treasury. So he's asking the once private,
so they can distribute it to.
Yeah. He said this.
So they can use that.
Yeah. He said this would allow Congress to reappropriate $455 billion to other coronavirus programs, and so that's good. That's good for us, and so
and both sides were supposedly talking again. Did you hear about
the stimulus?
Yeah, they're supposed to restart talks.
Yeah, they shut something down again. I think just today. So we're going to go to these timestamp differentials. Well, the timestamps of each one. Okay. Now the first one is let me see, 42, then 42:14, and then 43:19. So these are one after another. So let's go to 4200. Okay. And again, okay. And so this is a May 10th, 2020 Technofog tweet. Developing the initial Flynn Kislyak leak was not to David Ignatius. It was to WAPO reporter Adam Ento. The leak came directly from sources who saw a transcript and leaked it to N2. Proof game chat logs discussions legitimate, sourced from closed-doored transcripts. So they're looking at this Roger and Dooku in this what Todd mentioned earlier is the Star Wars Commander video game where they were communicating within the video game, and we were able to 17 was able to unravel that. Adam Ento is the Washington Post. We had found this out a while ago that AEWP we found out was Adam Ento, the Washington Post. You remember when we did that?
Yep.
And so I think we did that without 17 because this isn't 17's work. We figured this out with the Snedheads long time ago. So he's a Washington Post. So it's really, and he isn't the brightest bulb, but that project has worked perfectly. It really has. Huck, didn't AEWP mention it when we gave him that tape? Not AE, but someone else there. And that's when we realized, I think it was Maggie Haberman.
Yeah, and then she was using Twitter to give out the phone numbers.
Yeah.
For their burner phones.
Yeah, but she was New York Times. So this one wasn't Haberman. It was somebody else at Washington Post, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, Haberman's New York Times.
Yeah. So the strategy to get Flynn fired didn't immediately work. So another leak was deployed to Greg Miller, Adam Antu, and Ellen Nakashima of the Washington Post. So this is all just basically they set Flynn up, folks. They set Flynn up on this. This is unbelievable. And so this is what you're going to see with what did President Trump say today? FISA.
Yep.
Okay. This is what
D-class.
This is all about. This is what this is all about.
D-class brings down the House.
Yep.
As soon as he lets the flood of information go, which I think he still needs to get rid of 2 people before that'll happen.
Yep. Haspel and Ray.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's got to happen. And then we go to 4214. By the way, that's an awesome catch, Carl. This is amazing. 4214. May 11th, Daily Wire, news breaking, U.S. officials have declassified list of Obama officials who were involved in unmasking General Flynn. Be ready.
What did we just say?
You just said it. U.S. officials have declassified list of Obama officials who were involved in unmasking General Flynn. And look at this young man, Richard Grenell. Good man. Who is
front and center.
Front and center, and he is, man, what a patriot. I tell you what, man. Here's what's going to happen with the gay population. Okay? Here's the thing about you don't just hire somebody to get a quota. Okay? You don't hire somebody because it's, socially acceptable and you'll be looked upon as somebody really grand. No, that's selfish behavior. What you do is you hire somebody from a demographic who is being marginalized, and you let them shine. You allow them to step into greatness. And this openly gay man, I believe the first cabinet hire of president of any president possibly, Richard Grenell. Allow him to step into his greatness, and then people say, wow, what a man. Yes. What a gay man. That's okay, folks. There's a lot of gay people out there on the planet. Whatever you think about gay people, fine. But they ain't bothering anybody. Certainly the organizations that are pushing forth many of these things into our educational system, pushing forth the transgenderism and the 12 genders and all that nonsense into the school system. Those people, yes, they're a problem, and they need to be, curbed and say, listen, you do your thing, but you don't need to teach my child all about it. You don't need to teach every children about, all these things that you claim that you are about. But when it comes to when a man loves another man or a woman loves another woman, that's their business. They're adults, and God bless them. And here's an openly gay man who is doing amazing things for our country and for our president, and representing a community that can flourish with people like him in places of trust and power. A little on my soapbox there, but I'm inspired by this man and what he's doing right now.
Oh man, he is an ass kicker.
Yeah.
He's doing what's right, and he's walking right through the bullets to do it.
Yeah. And that ABC News first reported the news, but initially said in the title that Grinnell was in the process of trying to declassify the list of Obama officials. That the list has already been declassified. Now it's on Attorney General Barr to release the list. Grinnell, who remains U.S. ambassador to Germany along with being the acting DNI, visited the Justice Department last week and brought the list with him, according to the official. His visit indicates his focus on an issue previously highlighted in 2017 by skeptics of the investigation into the Trump campaign's contacts with Russia, specifically allegations about Flynn. Okay. Fox News reported in 2017 that the disclosing of Flynn's identity could be a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison because rules state that if an American with constitutional protections is collaterally caught in such surveillance, his or her identity must be protected.
Yep.
In an interview, Barr said that the charges against Flynn were dropped because the FBI, which was under the leadership of Comey, were not conducting a legitimate law enforcement investigation. This wasn't an accident that they made mistakes, folks. These were 17 significant flaws within the FISA request that were manipulated in order to get what they wanted. A crime cannot be established here because there was not, in our view, a legitimate investigation going on. So Barr's sticking up for Flynn, saying a crime could not be legitimate because the investigation was not legitimate. They did not have a basis for a counterintelligence investigation against Flynn at that stage, based on a perfectly legitimate and appropriate call he made as a member of the transition. Talk about a peaceful transition, Todd, that the left is asking for, demanding peaceful transition. You mean like a peaceful transition, like going after your director of national intelligence for a new administration who did what he was supposed to do?
Yeah.
By the way, talking to a country that the left was trying to go to war with.
Yep.
A nuclear military force, Russia. So
the enemy that they had just given 25% of our enriched uranium to.
Thank you. And Mueller delivered the sample.
Hand delivered. Now, you see why all these mistakes were made? Because it was all desperation.
They had to.
It's been desperation time ever since Trump stepped into office.
Yep.
Because they had to get him, or they were going to get. They were going to get got. That's, kill or be killed at that point.
Bring on the pain.
Yep.
It's happening.
And now it's time.
It's happening. And what did I say yesterday in my post? It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Evergreen. Rockefeller, Timber, Owl, 170 miles trip. It's happening. It's happening. This is fantastic, Carl. This is fantastic.
awesome.
Holy shit, this is amazing. And then the next one is 4319. And here we are. Let me pull that up. 4319. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. You got to be kidding me. Guys, you got to see what I'm dealing with here with this computer. Watch when I try to type. This is unbelievable. See that E stuff comes up? 4319, is that what it was? Look at that. So it changes my typing. Look at this. I got to get out of that, and then I've got to try it again. There we go. Now it's coming. All right. 4319. That's what I deal with.
So please support the show.
Yes. Hold on.
Keyboard for Dave.
Need a new computer. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Jeez. Okay, let's get back to. By the way, if this was a mainstream broadcast, you would have had 3 hours of commercials by now. Okay, we don't do commercials here. We'll drop a an ask once in a while. This is 4319. Nobody is buying what you are peddling, selling any longer. This headline is brutal. It's also accurate. On weekend dedicated to war dead, Trump tweets, insults, promotes. The president who had urged, and promotes baseless claims and plays golf. Todd, we were just talking about a course.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. I referenced that when I said, wouldn't he just like to go play golf?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly. And that's what he did, by the way, on the Saturday that Biden announced acceptance of the president.
Yeah,
he was golfing, man. He was like, "Yeah, I got this. I'm not worried. Meanwhile,
could you tend that pin for me? Oh, hey, President Trump, Joe just announced. Oh, really? Do you think this breaks left to right or right to left? I'm having a hard time.
Exactly. Exactly. You win the bet because I guessed he'd do it by the ninth hole, and it was the 12th hole. So you win the bet. Now watch this putt, and hold my beer.
And let me go talk to the people in that wedding and give them a little lift.
Oh yeah, and make that couple's life.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the day they'll remember, forever. And it won't be because they got married.
They'll celebrate the anniversary of meeting Trump.
It'll be like, they'll be talking to their their friends. So how did you guys meet? Tell us about your wedding. You always do when you meet new couples or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's always fun for me. Oh boy. So you get into that conversation. And it's like, oh yeah. And we met President Trump. It was the highlight of my life. Wait a minute. I thought marrying me was the highlight of your life. It's like it's going to cause arguments for the rest of their life.
That's when you get the elbow in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I think the woman was. I didn't even see the guy, but the bride. She was stoked. She was really fired up. So listen. I don't subscribe to the Washington Post, but what's interesting here is we don't know who this article was written by. If you guys know, please let me know. But I want to know if it was one of those names that was dropped in the previous drop. And so basically they're bashing him, right? Meanwhile, on a weekend dedicated to the war dead, this man has done more for veterans and their families and their health and the warriors not starting new wars, because Michael Flynn actually called Russia and said, hey, let's work things out, whatever. And because, you know, uh, he built up our military. He did more for our veterans and our soldiers than any president in modern day history, period. Okay. And this, you know, this milk a toast soy boy, who probably has never been in a fight in his life, is going to try to take out one of the greatest men who's ever lived with a piece of shit attack, right? And and this is the way you got to look at it. It was a Washington Post, so it was probably one of those dudes that 17 just dropped. Nobody is buying what you are peddling, selling any longer. The MSDNC is dead. Wow. And then Michelle Obama was recording a message ordering people to stay home. Barack Obama was golfing. Yeah, that's what you got. Yeah, but I don't need to get caught up in that. And
Mike doesn't like to golf.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's she has trouble swinging the club.
Yeah, probably something in the way.
Yeah,
not boobs.
Yeah, she has to play with her putter every hole.
I can make some really bad references right now, but I'll refrain.
Yeah, it's let's see. So, Carl, that was awesome, man. Great catch, man. Good stuff, brother.
Hey, is anybody still listening to us, Dave, or is it just
no,
us?
No, it's just you and me. Just you and me.
I haven't even had my phone open. I shut my computer because I'm so beat.
Folks,
I turned my other phone off.
We got 3 on Facebook, David Snedeker. We've got 7 on the IndoctriNATION.
That's more than I thought. Last night we had 1 and it was 70.
Yeah, exactly. We actually have 120 on Facebook, David Snedeker, 121 on Twitch. A lot of Twitchers in the VIP, a lot of people going into the VIP room. I guess they liked it there yesterday, and people that were on YouTube. They moved in. Yeah, the Twitchers are like, hey, guys, that this was supposed to be a temporary thing, But I think they let the people back in that cleaned up their popcorn. They didn't let the people back in that were like dropping stuff all over the place. And then Facebook, the IndoctriNATION, 413. Facebook, David Snedeker, another one. I don't even know where that is. 453. And then YouTube, we got 63 on the new Dave Sned. So thank you for those of you who went over to the YouTube channel. And please, for those of you who have not, please go to on my page, there's a link, and you can go and you can subscribe to this new page. We've got 197 subscribers, so almost 200 people listened to me and went over and did that. Thank you. Please do that, because we have to get back at YouTube and make sure they're not controlling our content and controlling us by knocking me out for a week. So we got to get back on. So we've got, what's that, 800, 900?
Yeah, we got over 1,000.
Yeah, 1,200, almost 1,300 beautiful humans, folks, still with us at this late hour on at 12:30 a.m.
It was just you and me, Dave.
Yeah, this is, there's 444 on Facebook, David Snedeker right now, Heather says. That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah. Dixie says, yeah, well, when we got back here last night, it was a mess. Popcorn everywhere. So Dixie, you're saying in Facebook, when you got back to Facebook, there's popcorn everywhere.
That's because everybody left the theater so fast.
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
It was like a mad
Yeah,
rush.
because they were rushing to find out where the other showing was.
They had to squeeze in the Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. Pete, Randy's on. Randy, yeah, Randy's on. Yeah, hey bud. And Pete says Randy 499 last night in there. Wow, I'm glad we built that out. That was pretty good. Nice job over there,
Wow.
guys. Yeah, so subscribe. Thank you, Leslie. Subscribe to Dave Sned YouTube, please. And Kathy missed last night because she's spaced Facebook off. Yeah, so Jamie, she passed out in a bathtub soaking, and you're still on, laughing out loud.
Now, what did the bathtub water get cold?
Yeah. Yeah, no
I hate
kidding,
waking
right?
up in a bathtub full of cold water.
I know. That's the worst because then you get cold and you got to get warm up again.
Yeah, then
Well,
you got to take another bath.
yeah, exactly. Claudia, my sleep was disturbed, so back on. Mabeska it's only 7:30 p.m. here, so she's in for the long haul. Kelly says we love the Dave and Todd comedy show. By the way, I heard Cindy snoring earlier. That was hilarious.
Yeah, she's snoring. You were too. We got it on tape. We have it on.
There's bunny underneath my legs.
Hey,
A white rabbit is underneath my legs.
quit
Oh,
talking
okay.
about that. That's private.
There's white rabbit underneath my legs.
Oh, that's hilarious. When Todd and Cindy go down a rabbit hole, they really go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, literally.
We literally go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
We have 2 rabbits in bed right now.
Tracy says, because you are amazing. Thank you, Tracy. That's awesome. I know you're talking to me and not Todd. Thank you.
Hey, what about me?
You
And
can't
Cindy,
take a siesta and then come back
Yeah.
on and get full credit.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like we're like the long haul truckers, and she's in the cab right behind us,
Yeah.
getting some
And
nap.
she's splitting.
She's going to take the next 80 miles or so.
Yeah.
It was good talking with you, Dave.
Go back to sleep.
10:30 a.m. in South Africa. Health
Awesome.
Preneur Miranda. Beautiful.
Good morning.
Saturday morning.
Or is it Sunday there? Hell, I don't know. They're like years ahead, aren't they?
When is it? It's it's tomorrow. Today, I think. Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
like in
Stephen
the
Mack
future.
says, Yahoo, let's party 400 plus. Wow. D, sleepy but dedicated. And Yandar, hey, buddy. Starsky. And
I saw Starsky posting earlier.
I'm the new usher here in the theater, and Todd bought me a new flashlight, so I will count the people and tell the big guy on the screen.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Rainbow is chilling in her hammock in her living room, wrapped in a cozy blanket, burning incense, listening in. Awesome.
That
What a
is
great
cool.
What a great visual that is.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's the way you're supposed to listen.
Yeah, exactly. It's 3:30 over here, and I'm at work. Need something to listen to besides the same music all night. Eric Riley. And Saturday morning in South Africa. Awesome. 3:30 a.m. in Kentucky. Stephanie, well done. Rabid Raccoon, 12:30 a.m. Washington State. Yeah, what time is it? 12:36 right now. Sarworld, yes, I'm back. Thanks for announcing Dave Sned. Awesome. Yes, please subscribe to that and hit the bell notification so you know when we go live, folks. Hey, Wild Dragon, what's happening? 420. Hi, Dave.
You know,
H.
Dave,
Yeah.
we shouldn't even kick trolls out. We should just let them say what they want, and just see if they can stay in for the long haul.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly.
We'll wear them out.
Somebody said earlier. I forget who said it. I'm sorry, but they said, leave the trolls be. They're helping Dave's numbers.
That is
That's
true.
funny.
That's brilliant.
That's
If you're
funny.
still on, pop up and let us know who said that. That was great.
You know, it'd really piss them off if you just started agreeing with them. Hey, you're right. This guy's an asshole.
Um, Owls for Good. Lisa Joe said she smoked 3 bowls. LOL. That's a dude. That's a long show when you got somebody smoking 3
3
bowls.
bowls.
That's amazing.
God.
So let's see. We started at 6. No, we started at 7:30 probably. So that's what 5 hours. Is that 5 hours? Yeah, 5 hours. Wow.
Wow.
Dawn said you guys are being too loud. You kept waking me up. LOL. Minnie says I come back for Toddsy laugh. That's just great.
Well,
Martha,
we get loopy. We get loopy
we
late.
do we
get
do
funnier.
we get loopy lake. Remember? Oh, by the way, Martha says I'm new to you guys. 3:33 a.m. here in North Carolina. Welcome, Martha. This is. I hope you enjoyed yourself tonight. And Robin said YouTube is showing how to steal votes using the Symantec computer. Interesting. We'll check that out. Could you put a link in, Robin? I think it's the one we've probably seen, but it would be good to check that out. So,
Hey, Dave,
yeah,
is there any way we could sign Dominion up to do like views for us? Because we'd be like at 70 million now.
I know, right?
That'd be great.
Yeah, it would be good. That's a good call. We got to get some of that software.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks, Starla. Starla says great show, guys. Marcia says, I love my God, my country, my president. I'm new, I'm lost, but I get good feelings. Well, welcome, Marcia. We love our God, we love our country, we love our president, we love our Snedheads, and we love spending time with you guys. And you'll pick it up. It'll be good. And Joni says, I love our family. Love you, Joni. You're awesome. You're doing some amazing work. Thank you for all your support. And Tracy says, you're amazing too, Cindy. And so tell Cindy that when she wakes up.
Well, yeah, I'll nudge her. Hey, somebody said you're amazing.
Yes, finally. I'm glad they finally agree with me. I've been waiting all night for someone to finally say it.
Okay, go back to sleep.
Anna's in Ireland. Brian, 9:35 in Cheshire, England. And
Cool.
yeah, this is cool. Jenny's in Cali. Kathy says it's Sunday. Yeah, it is Sunday, isn't it? Okay. Carolyn, 9:30 a.m. in Marbella, sending love. Thank you, Carolina. Where's Marbella? Am I missing that? Terry, haven't slept since Wednesday night. What's going on, Terry? Dawn, I love you guys. That's awesome. Thank you. I love you too. Must say I do prefer YouTube than Twitch. Yeah, it's cool. People like their different vibe. I love that we have all those different locations. By the way, I looked into Periscope today and BitChute, so we'll probably be broadcasting to those as well. Maybe pick up some new viewers on those platforms, but also make it a little easier for those of you who don't want to do. Yeah, hey Randy, thanks for stopping in, bud. Saying hi. Randy's the hardest working dude in the biz. I mean, the guy is just works his tail off. Anna's still hanging on. Amber, sorry you have a bad headache. Try something, Amber. Try something for me, would you? If you have a bad headache. First of all, if you have any essential oils, what is it? The Anna, what do you put? What's the essential oil you put? By the way, Anna, I did get your essential oils. Thank you so much. Thank you for your gift of love. And we got to talk. I gotta follow up with my guy. I think he forgot because he's been going through a crazy time. But let's communicate this weekend. But thank you for the essential oils. Is it frankincense that you put in the roof of your mouth? What's the one that helps with the headache? But tell me this. Your headache, Amber. Picture it. Tell me the shape of your headache, if you can. What is the shape of your headache? And after you get the shape of your headache and you picture the shape, what color is it? Just try that on for. And awesome. Star World, subscribe. Thank you for your vigilance. Thank you. We appreciate it. Western Australia, 4:30 p.m. Saturday. Christy says, yes, let the trolls live. Mark just got on last night of working bar in Minnesota. Awesome. Hey,
Oh, wow.
it is the weekend, guys. It is Friday. It's Saturday. It's pretty awesome. Let's see. Please cheer the Snetheads up, Anna, with that super funny short video of Trump and Biden. Did you send that to me? Anna, I think, is that something you sent to me? Amber, weed definitely helps. I just need to get high. I get it. It definitely helps with the headache. Peppermint oil for headaches, yeah. Okay.
The peppermint oil is really good, but I put it on my temples and but you got to make sure you don't get it in your eyes.
Oh yeah, that can burn.
Holy crap.
Robin says, I learned that years ago. You change your mental picture of the pain. Just used it on your daughter the other day. Yeah, it's pretty powerful, isn't it, Robin? If you start to focus on like the shape and then the color, and you kind of shift it into something more manageable. And it's not overwhelming. It's not this, this thing that isn't good. Owls for Good, Lisa Joe says, yes, weed does help headaches. She had a headache 2 bowls ago, and now she's feeling much better. Awesome. Yeah. Turmeric. Yeah, that can be good. Let me see. So, change the mental pic to the opposite of what the pain looks like. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So let me go to, let me see. Let me go to Anna's and see if she sent me that. And then let's get to bed, people. Oh boy, we might have to do something. Okay, hold on.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Barb sent this. She dropped this in her lap and went to bed, by the way. Thanks a lot,
Would she give
Barb.
us a Reiner?
No. But remember when that used to be, we'd go to a Reiner like last thing of the night, and we'd be up another hour.
After 6 hours.
Yeah.
And you can't get
Exactly.
You can't get through a Reiner without like an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah. Understanding SALT stack, communication security. SALT uses a server agent communication model. Though it works well as a standalone single server management utility, it also provides the ability to run agentless over easy for me to say. The server component is called the salt master, and the agent is called the salt minion, as in dominion. Salt masters, salt minions. The salt master is responsible for sending commands to salt minions and then aggregating and displaying the result of those commands. A single salt master can manage thousands of systems. Wow. Okay. Very cool.
Damn.
Yeah, that's gonna, my mind's gonna explode if I get into that too much right now. But
Yeah.
but thank you. Thank you. Salt key rotation. Planning to implement encryption with Azure Key, Vault, Client ID, Client Secret. Plan is to rotate yearly. Okay, so that's all, really powerful, important stuff. And thank you, Barb. And let me go to Anna, and we'll wrap it up. Wrap it up, folks. And
I hear that.
yeah, I'm exhausted, and you're 2 hours.
Yeah,
after.
I'm 2 hours in the future.
Ow.
Now, Anna, this doesn't have any music to it that would get us in trouble, right? Because the last thing I want is. Okay, here we go. Okay, bear with me.
Been digging into this for quite some time. And so I finally called one of his friends that happened to post.
Something's open that shouldn't be open. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. And well, you can't unsee that. That's hilarious.
That cat's huge.
Yeah, the cat the cat really makes it for me. Anna, thank you for that unforgettable experience. Hilarious. Joe Biden hasn't moved that quickly since he cashed that check from China.
Or since he hung out with Hunter in a. Oh, I'm not going to say that.
Yeah. So we're wrapping it up here, folks. Thank you. Prayers for all the Snedheads. Dear God, please watch over us all. Thanks for bringing us together this evening. Thank you for Todd, Cindy. Thank you for all the Snedheads. Thanks for the support from Eric today and making this happen and making the sound so much better. Thank you for our president and his family and the patriots, the military, the police, the people that are on the boots on the ground doing the real work out there to change our planet. Thank you for the Q team and all the Anons, the autists, the digital warriors, and the Snedheads. And thank you, God, for your Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you so much. And thy will be done. Please watch over all of these beautiful humans that are struggling right now with whatever they're going through. And please help to strengthen us through all this. Thy will be done. Amen. All right. Thank you, brother. Good stuff tonight,
Amen,
man.
brother.
Great stuff.
Good night.
Good night, Cindy. Appreciate you. And Good night, Snedheads. Thanks for everything, and love you. Please support us. Please go to Dave Sned or the Dave Sned YouTube channel and subscribe and hit the bell notification so that we can kick YouTube right in the cojones. Okay. All right.